That's what I'm talking about. It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
71 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 80s. Cloudy.
Yeah.
Looks like all the rain came in a matter of 10 minutes yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
There was water coming up out of a hole in the middle of my lawn.
Oh, that
doesn't sound good.
That's bad, right?
You have a
That's
hole in
probably
your
a bad
lawn?
thing.
I got a hole in the middle of my lawn where my dog's in the crap in the middle of the lawn. No, so I was coming home from Wegmans. The downpour starts. I'm sitting in my driveway just waiting for the sheet of water to stop, and it was like a fountain coming
Popping out of the ground.
Yeah, out of the center of my lawn.
That sounds odd.
I don't
That
have.
doesn't sound good.
I don't know what it is. I kind of just forgot about it until just now. All right. Like we said, enjoy the weather today as we look at your probably far too far ahead 4th of July forecast.
Yeah.
Friday looks beautiful.
Like perfect.
Yep, sunny, high of 78, like not a cloud in the sky so far. It looks like all the rain, if it comes, will be there Thursday. So enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
We are back. We are live. My fault yesterday for taking the day off. My wife and I went to see James Taylor on Sunday night.
Yeah, I mean, coming down off of that high.
I love that show. He sounded amazing. Shut it, don't you dare.
Had to be a packed house.
It was crazy packed.
Oh, yeah.
It was.
Oh, I bet you it did.
Oh, yeah, it was a good time.
What is wrong with you?
You had to be the youngest person there by
no,
a mile.
No, I think his music kind of spans generations.
I get
You
it,
probably
but-
listen to it. Your parents listen to it.
When James Taylor sings a song, it's eternally his. It was great. I had the time of my life. I finally got to see him live. I've been waiting my whole life.
Well, good you did it now, man. You're running out of time.
Okay. Bro.
Well, the brother's old, man.
Bro, he's 15 years older than you, and he looks a decade younger than you.
You were sitting way back. If you were way back, I'd look good, too.
Okay. This is the hackest joke. It's not even a joke. It's the hackest story of all time.
What happened?
We try not to be hacky, but I'm out of my mind frustrated, and it was 2 days ago.
What happened?
All right. So we decided to stay the night in Canandaigua. Nice little romantic parent getaway.
Nice.
Yeah. Nothing gets the blood flowing like James Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Been walking my mind through your easy ass. So we're gonna take an Uber to the show so we can drink and have fun. And everything. And if you've ever been to a concert at CMAC, you know the traffic before a concert gets pretty crowded.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're anticipating this. So we call the Uber. We're sitting in the back of the Uber, and this woman pulls up, and it becomes apparent immediately this woman, despite driving an Uber in Canandaigua, is not from the Canandaigua area.
Oh, yeah, but it's small.
Okay, and it's one straight line from where we are staying
Yes.
to CMAC. Pretty simple. So we're stuck in traffic for like 30 minutes. And all things considered, not that bad.
Yeah.
No big deal. So she's got her Uber app open, and it's got the red line of like nobody is moving,
Yeah.
and it's moving very slow. So then you got to take a right to get into the parking lot area, right?
Yeah, where
And
does an Uber drop you off?
So there's
Like out front?
I think there's a couple Uber drop-off
Yeah,
areas.
Oh.
sometimes they'll do that to try to keep traffic
Yeah.
flowing. Yeah.
All right, so here's what pisses me off. All right, I'm aware of how long it's going to take to get to this.
Yeah.
And I tell my wife it's going to be a little while in the Uber. No big deal. We got nothing to do. So the woman, who is not from Canandaigua, goes, we could take a right here where everyone's taking a right. But just past this road, it's totally clear. And
That secret access road?
Bro, and it says that CMAC is right here. So do you guys want to try and take this road and see if we can get there faster?
But does that road go to CMAC?
It's a great question.
Can I get dropped off there?
Don't know.
You got to cut through somebody's yard.
Do not know any of this stuff. So she goes, what do you want to do? And I look at my wife and she doesn't say anything. And I go, let's just stay with the route. The two women in the car, the driver and my wife, do not hear me. They start having a conversation amongst themselves.
Yeah.
And they start talking themselves into this surprise route.
The passage.
And for some reason, both of them you know what? Yeah, we're going to do it. And they're all excited. Like you said, like they're Lewis and Clark.
Yeah.
Right? Now, here's the thing. I've been married long enough to know when to step in and when not to step in. And I have an entire night with my wife that I have to be for.
Yeah.
And
Just along for the ride.
yes, and
buddy.
I've been waiting to see James Taylor all my life, and I don't want to ruin
Yeah, plus
this
you're
experience.
dragging your wife to this pasty-ass concert, man.
There were a bunch of black people at the James Taylor show.
Bunch?
Do you hear yourself?
Bunch?
What? Yeah, there were a bunch of black people
No
at the
bunch
James
of
Taylor
black
show.
people
there
at
were
James
a whole
Taylor.
bunch of black people at James Taylor. I was there. You weren't there. Were you not there? Were you there? No.
Well, they must have created some new brother I'm unaware of.
Please tell me about the black community. The man who lives with a black woman and has two
Okay,
please tell me.
Different day and age.
We're so white.
So Kimmy, speak for
Yeah.
yourselves. So Kimmy,
Yeah.
these women have decided they're going to take this magical secret path.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Now, of course.
I mean, I'm thinking like at a place in Canandaigua in general, but especially at a place like CMAC, there's like 2 ways to get in and out of there.
It's always been a nightmare getting into that joint.
Okay, so we get to where, so she tells us on the map, like, there's nobody here, and then we take a right, and I can drop you off right at the front of the concert. Well, of course, that's not how it works out. She drives past everyone waiting in traffic. By the way, the traffic is also backed up the opposite way, right?
Yeah.
So she's driving past all these people, and she's, like, patting herself on the back before she even
We're
gets there.
moving.
So the cops have blocked off this entrance.
Oh, wait, the secret passageway?
Yes, that she thinks she's going to take, right? She throws her blinker on. There is a police blockade. She throws her blinker on.
Like she's going to pull into that area?
Like she thinks the troopers are going to, like, grab the barricades.
She's gotta drop these people off.
Oh, you're here with Uber? I did not know. I'm sorry. Go
Duffy,
right ahead.
party of 2.
So, like, the cop is, like, putting his hand out, and she's doing this, like, with her hands up, like, what? And my wife's in the back, like, what? And I'm sitting there, like, I'm not saying anything because I don't want to ruin the evening.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, of course this was going to happen. So the one's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Like, they said that this is a road, but they won't let us down the road. And my wife's like, yeah, I know. So we end up just getting dropped off on the side of the road.
Wait, like
walking.
there?
Were you close at that point at least?
It was walkable. It wasn't
Yeah.
that big a deal. But it's the opposite side
Yeah.
of where we had to be. And
Yeah.
here's what bothers me.
What?
Right? Like, I know there's that old hack joke of women and directions
Yes.
and how bad they are. But for God's sake, it's not a joke. It's 100% real. Because if everybody is trying to go to one spot and there is a wide open area, of course that area does not go to where you have to be. Right?
Yeah. Because everybody's looking at the same thing on their phone.
Thank you. Like,
And I'm thinking I'm just driving into somebody's yard.
God, logic would dictate
Yes.
that we wouldn't be the Magellans that would figure it out. Oh, my God. There's been concerts at CMAC for 50 years. We have discovered, the first people ever to discover this sacred passageway that brings right to the front.
It's just women in directions. I know it's
but-
terrible to say.
No, because I always kind of thought the shortcut thing was a dad thing. Like, I'm all about, like, I'm sticking with what my phone tells me. Like, I'm not the person that will, like, zoom in and look for other roads and routes to take. Whereas, like, my husband will, my dad did. Like, he was shortcut guy, or he was like, this looks like the right direction kind of thing. I've never been, let's look for something different.
Look, there's a reason why Lewis and Clark did not take their wives.
Well, because they died of syphilis.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, there's different kinds of shortcuts, Kimmy, right? Like, I agree with you. If I'm on a road trip and I see a road that cuts across 2 major areas where it looks like it's okay, maybe I'll think about taking that, save a little bit of time, fine, whatever. But in a situation where everything is locked up,
Yeah, you're in gridlock.
you stay with the lock. You stay with the herd.
Yes.
Because if there was another way to do it, everyone would go that way. And just like, it was infuriating. But I'm sitting on my hands back there.
Yeah, you
man.
can't say anything.
What am I going to say?
You can't say anything.
And like,
Because you
wanted,
blow up the evening.
bro, I wanted to make fun of that Uber driver so bad. Like, they're not letting us down. No kidding.
Wow.
No kidding.
Where do they get the call, these police officers?
Other question. Other question. Why are you driving an Uber in Canandaigua if you're not from Canandaigua?
They may have dropped somebody off in Canandaigua and took the next ride.
Where could you have come from where you would not be familiar with the 5 roads in Canandaigua?
Victor, I mean, anywhere in Rochester.
But I mean, it's
somebody could have taken an Uber to the concert.
Yeah, but Canandaigua is so small.
No, but I'm saying the Uber driver probably dropped somebody off in Canandaigua.
She said, no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like, even if you live in Rochester,
Yeah.
They might not be from there.
understood. Even if you live in Rochester, odds are at some, because this woman was in like her 50s or 60s.
Oh, she's been to Canandaigua.
You've never, no, because it
I've
seems.
had some older drivers lately, like, because I think everybody assumes it's going to be like a young kid picking you up, and sometimes it's just somebody who's retired looking for a side thing.
Both of our Uber drivers were over 52
Yeah.
and from the hotel. But like, Kimmy, we're driving down wherever Crenshaw Park is.
Yeah.
Right, wherever that lake is. We're driving down the road. She goes, oh, a lake. She said,
No.
oh, a
So
lake.
she
I
must
hand
really
to God.
not be from here.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Where did you drive in
never
from?
been
I
in
mean, are there
Canandaigua as a...
people? Are there people taking Ubers from like Syracuse and outside of here to like go to concerts?
You're gonna
Jesus Christ, what does that cost?
And you're
I
gonna
don't know.
fly in for a James Taylor
Yeah.
show at CMAC. He plays every city along the 90,
Yeah.
for God's sakes. He's a traveling man. He's a walking man. He walks
yeah.
on by. Walks on by.
Mm-hmm.
We got folks writing us on Instagram. Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Again, went to see James Taylor Sunday night with my wife. We took an Uber to the show from the hotel we were staying at. And the woman who was driving our Uber, decided to take a super secret shortcut that wasn't a super secret shortcut. Look, there's nobody on this road. For a reason. For a reason. Caleb writes us, I do Uber down at CMAC events. I know exactly what road and spot you're talking about. It's great money, but by God, the people, the other drivers, everyone is infuriating. I don't know how you make money as an Uber driver driving from
sitting in traffic.
Thank
Yeah.
you. You got one, maybe two trips in you.
Yeah, because it's not like the toll goes.
Yeah, it's a
up
flat
as you're
rate.
Sitting there, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not making anything on the mile.
You's not making anything on the mile, Kimmy.
Yeah, that would suck.
You's not making it.
Yeah, that's taxi talk.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
In the Uber.
I know, but taxis get paid by the mile.
No, I understand how taxis work. Use over there, because that's how bus drivers talk. You sits back down there.
You sits
All
down
yous.
and shuts all his mouths.
The other thing that was funny, so like there are concerts at CMAC that get wild, right? Like
Wild?
They do a lot of country shows.
Oh, yeah, country gets to drinking.
Tailgating and everything.
Yeah.
So the spot that we got dropped off was, I guess, where the VIP parking area is. Right?
The high-enders.
Well, that's the only place that we could get dropped off.
Yeah.
On account of the whole bad direction. But there were a bunch of people tailgating the James Taylor.
Like rich people tailgate.
Well, they were just people. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like, I've tailgated some sporting events.
Yeah, but this is like elegant, refined tailgate.
Well, no, it was just
there's like tablecloths and like candles.
No, that's what was so funny. Just look at a normal tailgate, but like I love James Taylor.
Yeah.
I love James Taylor. I almost wanted to walk out to be like, hey, you know that James Taylor's in there, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's not really a
An
beer
event.
bong situation.
I kind of figured like that was a normal thing for most concerts there, just because people will get there so early to get like good spots, so they'll just hang out till it gets closer to the concert.
Okay, but like the good spot you're getting is inside the concert, like
Yeah.
unless you have like actual
Yeah,
physical
but I
seats.
guess if you don't want to pay for beers that early, you sit in
Okay.
your, you pop open a chair and sit there for an hour.
It is funny, and I don't know if you guys have experienced this.
What's that?
Taking someone, I don't think I know my wife has not been to a lot of concerts.
Yeah.
It became apparent to me when we got in, because we got lawn seats. I am fine sitting on the lawn for James Taylor. That, like, I wanted to be under the stars hearing that music.
Okay.
It was very romantic.
Okay.
Right? But it became painfully apparent
Yeah.
that my wife had never sat on the lawn for anything in her life.
Really?
Yeah, because she hasn't been to a lot of
I
concerts.
was gonna say, like, not even as a younger person, that was always like the clutch ticket.
So, but I think that like she was even like she grew up too poor to even afford lawn seats. To
Couldn't
things.
afford the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess she was probably busy doing like doctor stuff for a while.
Yeah, true. So, what did she think was? Did you bring chairs?
No,
or-
I didn't want to. I'm not. We talked about this last week. I am not at the age where I'm bringing a chair.
All right, so you just brought a blanket.
We brought a
All right.
blanket, and I anticipated. Like I told her, like I don't
Yeah.
need to see James Taylor. I just need to hear
Yeah, all
James
right.
Taylor.
But
And
you're
she
there, you want to see.
doesn't bother me.
No? All right.
Well, apparently it bothers her.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
like.
just thinking, because if you're a blanket person, you could be blocked by chairperson.
Which we
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely were,
Yeah.
which I was fine with. I wasn't, but my wife was like on her like the tip of her ass, like trying to see
Yeah.
over everybody's head, and I'm like, just like relax and enjoy the music. Well, I want to see him. Like, it looks like every old white guy you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, true.
He was wearing a chimney sweep hat. You don't need to see the chimney sweep hat.
That lawn just looks so uncomfortable sitting there.
I love the lawn at CMAC. I love the CMAC lawn. I have no need to buy a physical seat at CMAC.
Really?
Really. There is no better lawn scenario in America than CMAC.
Well, CMAC is it slopes down. It's not
Yeah.
like Darien Lake. It's just flat.
You got
Yeah.
it. So
It's
you
a field.
You got the slope. You have all of those bathrooms behind you,
Yeah.
which makes for really easy bathroom access. You have the lake off to the left. The sun sets behind the stage. It is gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
It is.
Breathtaking.
I mean, lawn's great as long as the weather's okay.
Oh, yeah, good
Oh,
call.
yeah.
I mean, that is the one thing you're taking a chance on.
Yeah, you have no protection from
Yeah.
anything.
No, you're right. The sun was a little hot until the sun went down.
Yeah.
But as soon as the sun went down,
that
man,
sunset.
bro,
Oh.
it was.
It's like you're in the Keys.
I'm here for James Taylor. I'm going to soak in the moment.
The
man.
stars.
Yes, it was beautiful.
The blanket.
It was gorgeous. And when you're on the lawn, there's like 4 or 5 times during the show where, whoever's on stage is like, how's the lawn doing? And you're like, yeah, he's talking to me.
How are you poor people doing?
I'm doing good. Well, like the only seats that were available when we went to buy were like in the front left-hand corner of the
Like under
shell.
the shell.
They were like $500 a seat.
God, there's no. Who is paying $500 to see
People
that?
must be.
To
'cause
see that
he's
old
right.
fart.
How
Yeah,
dare you?
He hasn't written a tune in 30 years, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
I get it, but like,
You wouldn't want to hear new stuff anyways.
Yeah, you boo. Oh, it's a boo. Play the
Play the
hits. Here come the hits. You ever read anything new, boo?
do the Macarena.
He did the Macarena.
Oh, did he? No.
Macarena. He does several Latin songs.
Does he really?
Yeah. Mexico.
Well, that's not a Latin song. That's like me saying, hey, I speak Mexico. I went to Mexico, man.
I'm saying it has a Latin feel.
Hey, I'm going to Mexico, dealing drugs.
Only a Dream in Rio. He has a Latin drummer.
But that
in his
doesn't
band.
make him bilingual.
No, I didn't say it was bilingual. I said the songs have Latin influence, you idiot. Don't you dare talk about James Taylor like that.
Latin influence.
There is he's a man of the world. Like I said, he's a walking
Toby
man.
Keith sings about Mexico. I don't get a Latin influence.
How's that song go?
I went down to Mexico, found myself a Mexico ho. That's all I got, folks. That's all my bilinguals
I
for
had
this
no
evening.
idea your mom.
I normally don't support bilinguals. I will tonight. I don't preach bilingual.
How are you ruining the show from 2 days ago for me? How are you doing this? The other thing, too.
What?
Whenever I see someone that I really, really love, I always want to try and get, like, merchandise, right?
Oh, yeah. Did you get anything
a
good?
T-shirt?
Well, that's just it. I don't know where I would wear a James Taylor T-shirt.
Well,
and they were all old man
I would
T-shirts.
think, I was going to say, you of all people would wear a James Taylor T-shirt.
Where am I going to wear that?
What's an old man T-shirt?
You wear obscure T-shirts all the time.
James Taylor's not that. I mean, I get he's obscure to you because you're not.
No, I'm not saying
cultured
he's
as I
obscure,
am.
but like you love to like. You're asking me about my T-shirt guy.
I am not asking you about my T-shirt
Kind
guy.
of.
No, I'm not. I just wear a shirt. You want to
Kind
ask
of.
me about it? It's fine. I'll answer the T-shirt questions. No, but it was like an acoustic guitar down the middle, and it said like James Taylor Tour 2025. Like there was nothing like obscure about it. It was a very on the nose.
Did it have his tour dates?
On the back, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I was like, I don't want to spend $50 on that, so I didn't get anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They didn't. They had like a notebook. What am I gonna use?
A James Taylor notebook?
It looked like
They
a
have like
notebook.
weird stuff sometimes. Like they'll have like a tote bag.
Yeah.
Or, like,
But a
like
notebook.
Supplies,
Yeah, it looked like a
office
notebook.
supplies.
Stapler, James Taylor stapler. Stapling man,
It's like
staples.
Office supplies.
You just did his same joke twice. Got office supplies. Yeah, got office supplies. Play the hits. Two Ribs, Arkansas, bitch. We got a dynamite. James Taylor's awesome. Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, what are they whining? I had to think for a minute.
Do the hits. Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. She's gonna read it out loud.
I think somebody's gonna miss some details today.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm focused. I'm ready.
We're gonna
Office
listen.
supplies.
We're gonna listen.
You have to listen.
Just after 9 o'clock, come on back. Set your phone alarm. Where they whining coming at you, like we said, just after 9. Or stay with us. What are you gonna do? Go watch a James Taylor show?
No.
And buy a notebook at the end?
Take a nap.
Probably not. But first, Tommy, you want to be happy? There's lots of things we do to plug the holes that are sadness.
Yeah. Alcohol.
Spending all kinds of money on
Sure.
things we think will make us happy. Like
Yeah.
James Taylor official tour notebook merchandise. But it turns out this and this above all has been scientifically proven to make you truly happy.
Oh, they found it.
And it's not easy, but it's doable.
All right.
Nobody's going to want it. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You want to be happy, right?
That's the name of the game.
That's the game of the name,
Name
Kimmy.
of the game.
Game of the gong. Gongity-doo.
Give it a go.
Gabba-da-ba. Since the beginning of time,
Yeah.
man has searched for one thing that equates happiness for everybody, and we found it.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
This is great.
Despite the fact that this, without question, according to the data we have, will make everybody happy,
Yeah.
no one is going to want to do it.
Why would you not want happiness?
Well, I can't wait to hear you yell at me why this will not actually make you happy.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45 this morning, we have 9 more Sundays until NFL football kicks off.
Oh, my God.
Can you believe that?
It goes too fast.
And as we get ready for the season, here come all the lists about teams and coaches and da-da-da-da-da-da. And there's an article over the weekend that talks about coaches on the hot seat. And so help me God, if we have to, Kimmy, deal with another season of this involving this man, I'm going to punch somebody. And we're going to get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, a study of 20,000 people over the last 20 years finally revealed the number one thing that is the biggest indicator of happiness.
Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Being financially responsible.
Yeah.
See? He's already doing it.
Let's have some fun saving money.
Okay, so for example, in this study, they found saving 1% more than you previously had led to an improvement in mental health scores across the board for everyone polled. A slight increase in a credit card payment that you made has the same effect. And by the way, how much you actually make had no effect on how happy this made you.
So it's just how you spend your money or save it.
Save it. The study found people that made the least amount all the way up to the most amount in this study, saving the same percentage of their income and paying the same percentage of their bills, gave them better life satisfaction and made them happier.
Well, you're not under the pressure of being in debt.
Well, here's the thing. You kind of still are. It's not about getting out of debt, because adding 1% more to your savings isn't going to make you rich.
Right.
Or like to a credit card thing. It's the idea that you are being responsible. It's the having responsible financial habits made people happier.
So the thought of doing the right thing makes you happy.
Well, you are doing the right thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's the thought process, because to your point, you're not really saving a lot of money, like a game changer.
But the fact that you are doing the right thing made these people happy. It gave them a satisfaction that nothing else did. And they go down the list because they studied everything that people think makes them happy. Being financially responsible made people happier than impulse buying, whether it was online or on your way out of a store.
Looks like a lot more fun, though.
It made people happier than booking vacations. Being financially responsible made people happier than fun experiences like dinner or drinks.
So not doing anything makes you happy.
Well, you are doing something. You're saving money.
Yeah, but you're not enjoying life. You're not having any experiences.
What is life, though, Tommy? Yeah, but a series of days.
Well, yeah, one after the other.
That's what I'm saying.
But they got that calendar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But
it doesn't sound like fun, though. When do you have fun? Like, when do you get to have...
I can also see feeling guilty about that fun if you're worried about being financially responsible all the time. You know what I mean? So so I can see why for people like that, booking a vacation would just be stress, because you're not going to enjoy it if you're thinking about the money you're spending on it.
No, we've all been there, right? Like, you have said multiple times on this show that any vacation is nothing but stress.
Yes.
That it's not even worth going on the vacation because you're going to be stressed the whole time.
That's true.
You have also said that you have a running taxi meter, and we heard you talk like a taxi driver earlier, all use. Every hour that you are on vacation, you break down into what it costs.
Right. I do.
So how is that fun?
Well, I drink.
Which costs more money.
Yeah, but it makes me forget about my whole, we're on the clock here.
Okay. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this information, knowing that saving money and being more financially responsible, is that enough to get you to change your spending habits?
No. I think because saving money is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a discipline.
But if you're doing this other stuff, if you're buying impulse items, if you're booking vacations, if you're doing these fun experiences, trying to find happiness, and the data here shows us the happiness is actually in the saving, well, then there's no need to impulse buy, book vacations.
Yeah, but this has got to be the hardest time in history.
Agreed.
To save money.
Agreed. I agree.
Because now I have a phone that constantly wants to show me things I may be interested in, which causes me to keep clicking and looking.
I thought you were going to talk about how expensive everything has gotten, but your Pittsburgh privileged ass goes, oh, no, but I'm getting direct ads. What can I do? They are directly advertising.
But I am being bombarded, and they know what they're doing.
Well, not only are you being bombarded by ads, but I would also think social media and seeing what other people are doing
Yeah.
all the time adds to that too.
Look at all the
it's
fun
that
they're having.
fear of missing out kind of thing, or you feel like everybody around you is on vacation or going to Europe or wherever.
We
whatever
just talked
big thing
about
they're
it this
doing.
morning.
Yeah.
We talked about somebody that's on vacation right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you
So
made fun of him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But
I
yeah.
almost think that would make you feel more stressed than getting bombarded by ads.
But there's a flaw in that idea. And by the way, it's something we already all know.
What's that?
Everybody that's on vacation are only taking pictures that make the
Oh,
vacation
sure.
look like the best vacation of all time.
Yeah,
Yes.
but when you're scrolling and it's fun time after fun time after
Yeah.
fun time, I can see when you're just sitting in your living room looking at it, feeling like, man, I'm really missing out on life.
I get what you're saying, but I guess what I'm getting at, Kimmy, is 252 WCMF, as we have the study in front of us. A 20-year study of over 20,000 people found the biggest indicator of happiness was being financially responsible, that you were getting better health and wellness scores in this test by saving and paying more in your credit card bills than things like impulse buying, booking vacations, fun experiences. Going back, Kimmy, to what you said about, scanning and seeing nothing but happy vacations and fun things. We've all been around long enough where we know that picture's BS. You know that person on vacation. They're going to take a picture with their feet in the sand. They're not going to take a picture of them yelling at their 8-year-old son because he doesn't want to eat the dinner you just paid $40 on.
But they're still at a beach. and
Okay,
you're
fine,
not.
fine.
You know
But
what I mean?
and that's her point.
Yeah.
Like, you put yourself there going, I would be doing it even
Right.
better than you.
It's less about how happy they look and more just about what they're doing and where they are.
They're doing it wrong. I do it right.
I get the idea, but here's the thing.
What's that?
You also are smart enough to know you wouldn't be doing it right, because if you put yourself in that spot, it would be too hot, kids would be upset, wife would want to do something you wouldn't want to do. Now, this is costing me money over here. There's rain on this day. We spent all this money to be here. We've all been there. We should know.
Yeah, but I'm too big of a dope. I am. I'm a complete dope because I'll go, be better this time.
Yeah.
You know what? I learned my lesson the last time, even better.
And
Especially when you haven't been in a while. You're like,
You're missing
I gotta
out.
get out.
Look, I'm not suggesting never go on vacation again. And I'm not suggesting
Well, you paint a nice picture.
don't buy things. I'm just saying, you had said,
Oh, yeah.
going into this break, why would I want to not do something that is proven to make me happy? And I go, this is proven to make you happy. And you go, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. I don't like saving money. It sucks.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have a mortgage, man.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, very nice for you. Also, man who goes, living in Pittsburgh, it's like being on vacation every day. I want to go on vacation. I want to go on a vacation for my vacation.
Double vacation. I deserve that at my age. So I have two people in my immediate family. One is like fell into some nice money and is like frugal, and this other relative is like they have money but they just party.
Okay.
I'll take that party money over the let's sit around the house and have a sandwich, and then I'm gonna carve a duck.
Okay, but you've never.
I mean, like the other one's in Tuscany renting Fiats and blowing through wine, and plenty to see in this country. Never going to see it, but there's plenty here.
Every trip,
I'm going to go to Mount Rushmore as soon as they put Trump's face on it.
Kimmy, every trip that the man he's describing who blows the cash
yeah,
eggs,
yeah.
he mercilessly makes fun of.
But they have fun.
No, but you mercilessly make fun of them. You talk about how that trip isn't
Yeah.
fun, how you wouldn't want any part of it, and now
You
you're
do kind of crap on it a little.
and now you're sitting there going, oh, no, I'd rather be that guy that I say sucks all the time.
Listen, they both suck in their own way, but at least they're doing fun suck instead of boring. I'd rather do fun suck than boring suck.
Okay. I mean, look, maybe that's the key to life.
Fun suck.
No, you idiot. Is being
Which would be a great name for a Chinese restaurant.
fun suck? Aren't they going to have to get the trademark from your mom? Maybe the key to happiness is finding a way to be happy and boring at the same time.
But then how?
Well, look, I'm a pretty boring person.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You tell funny stories.
No, I would.
You go to James Taylor. You take bad Uber rides.
No, but I mean, like, I'm married. If I was not married,
Yeah.
you know this. You've known me for how long? I would never leave my house. And I am perfectly content never leaving my house.
I know.
And I'm a pretty happy guy.
All right.
I just like to be me where I am and be comfortable. Why push yourself outside of that zone that makes you uncomfortable?
Well, you shouldn't do anything.
Why grow as a person?
I was gonna say, because there are some times where like maybe you're dreading going to something and it ends up being like a good experience. Like you're happy you did it.
Once in a while, those fall into your lap.
Yeah.
But those are few and far between.
So now he's crapping on
I know.
trips. What do you
I'm
want?
so confused.
I just want happiness all the time.
Okay.
But I don't want to have. Here's what I want. I want to be happy, but I don't want to earn it.
Here's what he wants.
I just want it handed to me.
By the way, you're nailing that.
On a silver platter.
You just want your house in other places.
Yeah. There you go.
Just pick me up and drop me somewhere so I can do my daily routine in another place.
He wants a private jet is what he wants.
Yes.
Oh, my God. How cool would that be?
Yeah, obviously. It's like saying, man, I wish I had a stack of gold bars.
You get your own plane. You have unlimited chips and nuts.
I wouldn't even fly you. I'd just get on, eat the chips, get off.
I probably would.
By the way, you could not pay me right now enough money to get on a private plane. There's
Why?
no effing way. Are you kidding me, man?
Private
What
plane?
happened now? I didn't see another one.
Well, if there is a plane that is going to crash in this country, it's a private plane.
Yeah, they usually go down.
Half the music we play on this
Yes.
station is guys that went down in private
Tragically
planes.
went down in the middle of a snowstorm.
They write songs about it, and then they die, and they don't know they wrote a song about it. All right, so if you want to be happy,
Yeah.
save your money.
Save your money.
Says man who never saved a dime in
No.
his life. All right. This man, I can't tell if he's always happy or he's always miserable.
Oh.
Because he is a boring guy.
Oh, yeah.
But that boring gets results.
Yes, it does.
Well, it turns out, Tommy, those results are not enough for some people. Because as we are 9 Sundays away from opening day in the NFL, we are now getting all of the lists and stories preparing you for this season. And one of those lists, coaches on the hot seat.
All right, on the bubble?
If things don't go well, they're going to lose their job.
Yeah.
And I am serious when I say I can't think of a more successful coach in NFL history that has this show up every single offseason. You just coached the MVP. You had the ball with under 2 minutes left in the AFC Championship game on the other side of the field, and he's on the hot seat.
Well, I mean, there's an issue there, though.
Shut up! Oh, there's an issue?
There's an issue.
There's an issue that only applies to him.
Yes.
Ha!
Yeah.
Next in the break room on CMF. You want to talk about disrespect?
What happened?
This is the definition of disrespect because this man, along with the general manager, completely changed the trajectory of this franchise. They have won more under him than they did with a Hall of Fame greatest coach in Buffalo Bills history. And his reward is showing up every year in stuff like this. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. If you're under the age of 30, you may not be aware, but there was a time. Thank you, Tommy, where Kodak was everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean just in this town. I mean globally.
Oh, yeah.
You could not go to
Number one, baby.
Single town, city, anywhere in America, in the world, without seeing that Kodak logo all over the place. Well, guess what?
What?
It's back.
Really?
It's back.
Ooh, what are we making now?
We're not making anything, but it's back.
How is it back if we ain't doing nothing?
One of our good break room buddies had a story in the New York Times over the weekend.
Wait, we have somebody that reads the Times?
Wrote for the Times.
Wrote for the Times?
Where are you? We'll get into
What
it.
did you think he was saying?
A guy we know read the Times and told us about this. We'll get into the story just after 7 o'clock, you idiot. Here in the break room.
All right.
On CMF. USA Today put out a list of NFL coaches they believe are on the hot seat this season.
So they could be canned.
You got it if things don't go well. And Bills head coach Sean McDermott is one of the coaches listed in the article. To quote the story in USA Today, quote, the Bills continue to be unable to get past the Chiefs into the NFL postseason. If they can't do it again, Buffalo Brass may try something different despite McDermott's success as the team's coach. Not only that, Tommy.
Yep, buddy.
Pro Football Focus, you familiar?
Oh, yeah. One of my top magazines.
Top magazines.
Yeah. Love the centerfold.
It's a very highly regarded football publication. They made a list of the top 10 current NFL head coaches. McDermott is not on that list.
Wait, he's not on the list of top 10
guys?
guys?
Not listed on this.
How is that?
You tell me. Well, you just said.
Because you would think like anybody that made like a division championship, that automatic on the list, right?
Not in the top 10.
So they just don't like him.
I don't know why. What's not to like?
Well, I can see it. I mean, he's just plain.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lame. He's Coach Lamo.
Yeah.
But he gets the job done, to your point.
Does he get the job done?
But he doesn't finish the job.
Okay. So he is on the hot seat, according to this article in USA Today. He is not a top 10 NFL coach, according to Pro Football Focus. Are you guys upset by this?
Well, I that's a valid argument that he can't figure out the Chiefs and he can't get in. He can't get to the.
Oh, it is?
To the Super Bowl. That's a valid argument.
It's a valid argument?
Yeah.
Kimmy, would you agree that's a valid argument?
I think that's his biggest criticism.
Yeah, that's the only criticism, but he's frustrating.
Okay.
I think it's one of those things where if you're gonna pick somebody to blame at the end of the season, it kind of all falls on him, whether or not that's true. I mean, and he's good at accepting the blame too. Like he will put it on himself
And I
as a
think
good coach would.
He wears it well.
No, but that's the problem is he
What?
does accept all the blame
Yeah.
where you see these other NFL coaches that'll throw people under the bus. All right. Let's have a chat.
Let's chat it up.
You want to chat?
Yeah, let's chat it up a little bit there, buddy.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Sean McDermott has been the head coach of the Buffalo Bills for 8 seasons. They've made the playoffs 7 of those seasons. They've won 5 straight AFC East titles. They have made 2 AFC Championship games. And folks, not only okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I will say this. No matter what happens this year, short of him getting caught in some massive off-the-field scandal, there's no way he's getting fired. And the argument that you just made that he can't get past the Chiefs. I'll ask you this question, Tommy, because you're right. He can't get past the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Who in the AFC has?
Well, nobody.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Nobody.
Boo! Since the Chiefs have started to go on their run,
Right.
one AFC team has blocked them from the Super Bowl. The Bengals, a single year after the Bills beat the hell out of the Chiefs in that overtime 13-second game. And by the way, the Bengals, who stopped them that 1 year, are now a tire fire of a franchise. The Ravens haven't been able to do it. Their head coach, John Harbaugh, won a Super Bowl before Mahomes showed up. There are 13 other teams in the AFC that have the ability to stand up to the Chiefs. One year has stopped them. And McDermott should be fired?
I don't know if he should be fired.
He's
but
on the hot seat from what I hear.
hot seat,
and you just agreed with
put him on the
it.
hot
You
seat.
literally just said, well, I can't get past the Chiefs like all these other guys that
I mean,
have
look,
not.
he's a great coach, but you also have one of the greatest quarterbacks.
Okay.
And you still haven't gone to the Super Bowl. And that's what everybody's waiting to see. I mean, that's what's so frustrating.
Agreed.
I feel like because Josh is so good,
He's amazing.
It's always going to be an argument, no matter who's coaching him.
You
that
wasted
they
his
haven't
talent.
gotten him there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be the knock on the guy. If he never gets there, that's gonna hang over his head.
So let's talk about Josh Allen, because I agree with you. That's a big argument.
You think Josh is the problem?
Oh, no, I'm not saying Josh is the problem. We love Josh.
He's getting plenty of sleep.
Josh is the greatest thing that's ever happened to us. But the revised history really bothers me because lest we not forget, Thomas,
What is that?
the 17-year playoff drought
Oh, yeah.
that McDermott broke in his
It was
first
a
year.
nightmare.
Yeah. You remember who his quarterback was?
Wait, who?
When McDermott broke the playoff drought, you remember who his quarterback was?
Wait. Who?
Wasn't Josh Allen.
Who was it?
Tyrod Taylor.
Oh,
Sean McDermott, in his first year as Bills head
That
coach,
dud.
after a 17-year playoff drought,
Yeah.
playing in the same division as arguably the greatest team in NFL history in the Patriots, broke the drought with a career backup. And I love Tyrod Taylor,
I
but
know
he's a
you do.
career backup. You didn't make the playoffs as a franchise with Bledsoe Fitzpatrick, first-round picks J.P. Lossman and E.J. Manuel. You couldn't make the playoffs with veteran head coaches like Chan Gailey, Dick Duran, or Rex Ryan, who made consecutive AFC championship games with the Jets. This guy did it in 1 year.
He's
and
amazing.
Not only that, he sustained that success. And let's not forget, 6 months ago,
What is that?
the Bills' offense had the ball under 2 minutes to go in Kansas City with a chance to take the lead and go to the Super Bowl. Is that blown blocking assignment on fourth down on McDermott? Is that blown fourth down spot the NFL bent us
But
over
that's
with
where
on
it gets so
McDermott?
frustrating to watch.
Frustrating.
Frustrating.
It's
a
very frustrating.
It's
It
a frustrating. You're like a pasta that frustrating.
I mean,
think
he
it
gets to this point
Okay.
and then go home.
It just comes down to these tiny little plays.
Right. And it's just I don't know what to tell the guy, but man, it comes down to like that last minute. Oh,
All right, but
didn't happen. Go home.
But here's the thing, Kimmy. The blown blocking assignment on fourth down. How is that on McDermott?
But to her point,
blown
he's
spot.
always he's going to be the guy that
Yeah.
takes the blame.
Because he's that good of a coach.
Right.
It's funny how, like, when a guy comes forward and takes blame, he shouldn't protect his players.
You're
Folks go,
also,
yeah, I
you're
listen to
also
him.
forgetting that in some of these seasons you're talking about, the Bills went in and beat the Chiefs the first time around and then couldn't do it the second time.
I'm aware of this.
So I think that is another reason why people think it comes down to coaching.
Okay.
You know,
Okay. Just
like why can't you win the bigger game of the two?
I don't want to see him go.
you said that he should be on the hot seat. You
That-
literally just said
What I said, that's a valid argument that he can't. He's got an unbelievable team who can't get to the Super Bowl.
Okay. I would argue, and I think that history has proven this, Josh Allen is unbelievable. Anytime Josh Allen is your quarterback, your window
He's
is
exciting to watch.
Okay, fine. You can't name 5 players on that defense.
On the defense? Oh, I can name them all.
Go.
You got Jonesy.
Can you name
Jonesy number 2,
can you
Williams,
do one?
Washington.
Can you name one player on the
Smith?
defense?
Smith's always
Name
good.
me one defensive player.
Smith. I love Smith.
Nope.
I can't think of anybody.
You can't name a single defensive player. Our football expert. He's taking guys off the couch.
Ed Oliver.
Okay,
There you
wow. It only took you
Yes,
3 minutes
I had to think of his face for a minute.
to name a guy who was a
He's
first
a
round
quiet
pick.
man. He's a quiet man.
Not really.
I know.
I thought he's pretty quiet.
No,
I mean, he's not flamboyant.
no, I guess not. I would call him the average man
Yeah.
at 350 pounds.
He's your average Ed.
Kimmy,
Oh,
Yeah.
Eddie.
how many times have we seen guys leave this defense thinking they go get their money and they disappear completely? How many times have we seen them pluck guys off the street and all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, look at this job they're doing in this defensive system? McDermott is a great coach. And
Yeah.
people who – I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
No, I agree with you. I don't think that right now there's a better coach out there that you could plug in and continue with the momentum you have.
And that's it.
But I think it is okay to criticize, the last few seasons, as I think he would too.
Understood. But to say the man should lose his job. So you brought up – Kimmy brings up the best point.
Yeah.
Who do you replace him with? Let's say you want him gone. Who's better?
Who's out there?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they don't have a job, something went seriously wrong and they got the last place they were at, right?
Yeah.
McDermott didn't lose a head coaching job. He was promoted from the defensive coordinator in Carolina.
Yeah.
You want your fun fact of the day?
Ooh, I love fun facts.
There are 31 other active NFL head coaches outside of Sean McDermott in the NFL. Active. You want to guess how many have won a Super Bowl?
Well, it couldn't be many because it's been Kansas City and
Give me a shot.
New England.
Give me a shot.
I'm going to say active right now.
Okay, by the way, Belichick doesn't count. He's not an active NFL head coach.
Oh, I don't know. 2?
Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
I said 2.
I forgot what the question was.
Never mind. 7. 7
All right.
active
That's
NFL
actually
coaches.
pretty high.
That's less than a quarter of the league.
All right.
Okay.
Less than a
Yeah,
quarter.
I know getting to the if your point is getting to the Super Bowl is tough, everybody knows that, but you've been given every resource available to get to the Super Bowl and you haven't gotten there is a valid argument.
Okay, but every NFL
You've been
head coach.
millions of dollars are spent to do this and you come up short.
Kimmy, remember how the Bills are the only team spending millions of dollars?
No,
and
but
giving
let's
their
just talk
coaches?
about the Bills for a minute. They don't get the job
But no,
done.
you can't just talk about the Bills when they're not in a vacuum. They're not in a vacuum. Mike Tomlin, for example, good coach, head coach of the Steelers.
Oh, yeah, been around a long time.
Yeah. He won his Super Bowl 15 years ago. He's one of the active coaches that have won.
All right.
John Harbaugh. He's a
Yeah.
good coach, right? Head coach of the Ravens.
Did you win 2?
He's won 1.
What did he win 2?
No, he won 1.
Did his brother win 1?
No, he
played his
played
brother.
his
Lost
brother,
to his
coached
brother.
against his. No, he beat his brother in the Super Bowl.
All right.
The Harbaugh Bowl.
Did they?
The
Yeah,
Ravens
that's
won.
right. Yeah,
Joe
you're
Flacco.
right, you're right.
Yes.
Yep.
That was like 13 years ago.
13
Sean
years.
Payton, head coach of the Broncos. He's a pretty good coach. He's won a
Oh,
Super
yeah,
Bowl.
yeah, yeah.
Won it with the Saints. Pete Carroll, he's another one. All of these guys, 4
Yeah.
of the 7 head coaches that have won Super Bowls active, won them over a decade ago. And outside of Andy Reid, no current,
he's the king.
No current active NFL coach has more than 1 Super Bowl win. So don't sit here and be like, oh, he's got all the tools at his disposal.
He does.
Not like the Ravens
Beautiful
or the
new stadium.
Steelers. Not yet. What does the stadium have to do with winning ball games?
I don't know. I want to see it.
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
I'll say this, man.
Say it.
If these people that want McDermott gone get their wish, and you blow out the guy that fixed you from being a laughing stock of the National Football League for 17 years and a perennial Super Bowl favorite, we as a franchise and fan base deserve all of the bad football things to happen to us. I'm telling you now. If you run this guy out of town, thank you.
Well, I'm sure the odds of him actually getting fired are zilch.
I agree with you. But I am really sick of reading these effing articles every
You
offseason.
should stop
it's
reading
just
them.
it's going to keep happening. You know, even if the Bills make it to the Super Bowl and lose, it'll still happen. You know, even if they take that next step, I think you're still going to get the same. Do the Bills need a change of who's in charge? You know, it's
Change
going
of
to
the
happen every
guard.
year.
Well, like nothing is going to be good enough, to your point, because
Yeah.
unless the Bills win multiple Super Bowls, Josh Allen's always going to be compared to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you only got one. And I mean, you want to talk about everything at their disposal,
Yeah.
right? Like the Bills have a certain type of person they look for. They don't bring in distractions in the locker room. They don't want to deal with guys that have off the field
Yeah.
things. Whereas Kansas City has no problem bringing in the worst human beings that ever exist.
Yeah.
And if you can park your ethics aside and cheer for a team like that, God bless you. Fine. I'm not that type of guy. I appreciate the way the Bills
You
do
want to
things.
find good Christian young men on
I don't
that
need
field?
fine, good Christian young men. I don't
Love
need
their mothers and fathers.
I don't need a guy that's on video beating up his pregnant girlfriend. Multiple of those guys. Multiple of those guys. I don't need that.
All right.
Because I want to bring my daughters to the football game, and I want to sit there and disconnect from the world, and I don't need that.
Okay.
So you
All
go
right.
do you. Enjoy your bloody Super Bowl rings.
Bloody Super
You got
Bowl.
blood on your rings, bro.
Blood on
Blood
your rings.
on the rings. All right, let's take a break. You know, people keep comparing, the Bills of the 90s to the Bills of today.
Oh, sure.
That's the problem here, I think, part of the problem. Folks compare Kodak's heyday to what's going on
Oh,
now.
yeah.
That becomes a massive problem for Kodak. But the days of Kodak being everywhere could be back.
Wow.
A break room buddy had a story published in the New York Times, a man who's been on our show many times before.
Damn.
And it turns out that Kodak is now going to have their name on everything.
But why? They don't make anything.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So you're a proud sponsor of nothing?
Well, that's just it. No, it's not even sponsoring.
but you said the
When you walk into
the
a store,
logo will be out there.
when you walk into a store, you'll be able to buy all kinds of Kodak products,
Oh. But they don't make anything.
which is why this is so confusing.
Oh.
Because for years and years and years, that Kodak logo was a big piece of civic pride.
Oh, sure.
When you bought Kodak, you bought Rochester.
Mm-hmm.
But now,
Yeah.
we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There was a time
There was a time.
where you could not go anywhere without seeing the Kodak logo.
Oh, yeah.
In Rochester, obviously.
It meant something, buddy.
But any city in America, any city in the world, there were ads galore, all kinds of products that carried that name. They were the title sponsors of the Olympics, NASCAR, every one of the 4 major sports, Super Bowls, for God's sakes. It's been a long time since we've had that.
Yeah.
But it could be right around the corner again.
Damn.
In the weirdest way possible.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30. What kind of week would it be if there wasn't a local politician in trouble for doing something really, really stupid? And here's the thing. This story is not a new story.
Yeah.
But this man is refusing to take a plea deal as the town supervisor of this town east of us. Because despite the fact that he is now facing a felony, he either doesn't believe that he is guilty of the charges or had a damn good reason for doing what he did. And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Get ready.
For what?
To see Kodak all over everything again.
How?
A story in the New York Times this weekend, written by our good break room buddy, David Andrietta.
Man, they threw him a bone, huh?
What a terrible way to say it. What a terrible thing to say.
Huh.
They threw him a bone?
Why is that your first comment?
And he's not talented enough to write for the Times?
He doesn't work for the Times, so they threw him a nice little bone
It's
here.
called being a freelance writer.
I get it. That's a big accomplishment. He's like the Sean McDermott of writers.
No, he's on the Times hot seat. Andrietta's story
What did he write?
in the New York Times reveals a new business idea for the once mighty Kodak.
What is
You will be seeing the Kodak logo on products you have never associated with the brand before, not just cameras, which you will see.
Yeah.
Clothing, hats. But, Kimmy, we've seen that the last couple of years.
I kind of thought like that was already had its resurgence.
The newer stuff we haven't seen?
Yeah.
What's that?
Kodak luggage.
Okay.
Kodak eyewear.
But
Kodak,
why would anybody want it?
Kodak paint. Kodak solar panels, Kodak flashlights, Kodak power generators, Kodak televisions, Kodak binoculars. And some of you might be thinking, wow, Kodak is making all these things again. We're so back.
Yeah.
And they're not.
So why would I want something that just has the
Put
name
their
on it?
name
It's a good question, but companies are paying Kodak to license the name and logo. And
So
Kodak
it has like that retro look?
Or because I'm thinking like, do these other companies just want that iconic brand on there to seem more legit or something?
This business went out of
Yeah, I was
business.
gonna say, but that doesn't make sense either.
No, that's exactly what's happening.
When you want to win or failure, come to us.
That's exactly what's happening. Kodak
Okay.
is licensing their name and logo to anyone that
Because
wants
remember
to.
Pan Am was doing this? We talked about it off here, I think, that they now have Pan American luggage from back in the day. So you could look like a jet setter from the swinging 60s.
And by the way, Pan Am doesn't exist anymore.
Right. They've been out of business for 20 years.
But Kodak still exists. Kodak
Kinda.
but it still makes
I mean, I
stuff.
don't even know what the hell they do over there.
I know, but you don't know anything.
But I never see a truck coming out of the joint.
You're here for 5 minutes before and after the show combined.
Well, they still make film, right? Weren't
To
like,
who?
Well, no, I think
For
like
movies.
more movies were shifting towards whatever film they make.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They supply Hollywood with film.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
In the United States, to your guys' point, the Kodak name does not carry the clout that it used to.
Right.
But that doesn't seem to be the case overseas. For example, the Kodak brand is huge in Asia.
Really?
You ready for this?
What?
According to Andrietta's story in the New York Times, in South Korea, Kodak has become a chic fashion brand. There are entire stores dedicated to clothing made by Kodak or with the Kodak logo on it, where trendy 20-somethings go and buy Kodak
So what
hat
kicked all
shirts.
this off,
Beats the
man?
hell out of me, man. And by the way, if you don't believe me, you can Google it or open up Andrietta's story in the New York Times because there is a picture of one of these Kodak clothing stores.
So but he didn't find out why, though, did he? Like some celebrity award?
I mean, it may just be one of these retro things that
That
came
Right.
back in this
People like the
specific
logo,
area.
the look
Okay.
of it, I guess.
Who knows? So here's the thing.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. On one hand, it is very possible that Kodak logo that at one time we in Rochester took such pride in
Yeah.
will once again have a place in the American consciousness depending on how these generators, televisions, binoculars, whatever do. But on the other hand,
It doesn't get your pension back.
yeah, that logo has nothing to do with anything to do with Rochester
Right.
or our family that built that
No.
place up or the company as it exists today. So let's say by some chance Kodak TVs, Kodak generators, Kodak paint blows up in America.
When you say Kodak paint, it's just a can of paint that says Kodak on it?
You got it, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Like that you'd paint your walls with?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Let's say one of these things blows up or we start to see the Kodak logo all over again. Is that cool or is it a slap in the face to us?
It's almost sad. It's not even cruel. It's just
cool, not cruel, cool. Like, are we going to take pride in seeing that logo?
Yeah.
Or are we going to look at that and be like, you got to be effing kidding me right now?
I would think more of the. I mean, if you were attached to that business, I think you're going to be pissed.
I mean, Kimmy, your mom was a Kodaker?
Yeah, both my parents were.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, even if that, went bad for you and your family, I think you'd still see that logo and want to tell people you're associated with it. Like, oh, that's Rochester.
Yeah.
I know that place. Like, you'd still have to, like, tell a story about it.
My grandfather walked out with so much stuff. We still have reams of paper in the basement.
Like, it's
Don't even
hard
get me
to-
started with staplers.
Kodak paper and Kodak staplers.
It's hard to deny the connection, whether or not no matter how you feel about it.
But that's what was funny. Like, the film, at one point, had a connection to Rochester.
Yeah.
The cameras had a connection to
right,
But it's
Rochester.
a
but I'm
sad
saying,
ending.
Like the,
Yes,
yeah.
this stuff has no connection to
Yeah,
us.
but the logo itself, I don't know.
What does it mean?
Nothing.
It means nothing.
Yeah, you make nothing. It means nothing.
To fully illustrate
Yeah.
how far Kodak has fallen, 252 WCMF, again, our good break room buddies, co-host of the show several times, David Andrietta, had a piece in the New York Times over the weekend talking about how Kodak is now licensing their name and logo to pretty much anyone that wants to use it to
Help
make
yourself.
anything. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking clothing, hats, luggage, eyewear, paint, solar panels, flashlights, power generators, televisions, binoculars, amongst other things. They will be Kodak branded, but Kodak is not making them. They're just giving them the name. And apparently the name is still huge in Asia, where kids, trendy kids, are wearing Kodak clothing, and they have standalone Kodak clothing stores. To fully illustrate how far Kodak has fallen, last year, Kodak recorded $1 billion in revenue. And that sounds like a lot. Until you find out that in 1990,
Yeah.
they took in $19 billion in revenue.
So we're coming down a little bit into billions.
Kimmy, can you adjust for inflation $19 billion in 1990 to today's money? Because
What do you think? What do you think it'd be worth today?
I'm going to say
100 billion.
no. I'm going to say 60.
I'm gonna say 100.
No, it wouldn't increase.
Go
my-
big,
You
baby.
said 19 billion in 1990.
Yep.
Okay.
I say it's worth $100 billion today.
It's not 5 times the amount.
5 times.
$100 billion. Because it's funny too. That also shows us how little wherewithal we have of any money above like $1 million.
Yeah.
Because $1 billion, that's a $1 billion company.
I wouldn't even. I am kind of shocked that they even generate that.
But it
now.
sounds like it's not based on this. It's not even a lot of money.
No.
It's not even a lot of $1 billion. Couldn't even throw Jeff Bezos' wedding over the weekend.
Calculator won't do it over 10 million.
All right, so let's say 60.
All right.
60 million.
Oh, so we'll take your.
We'll go with mine.
All right.
So what might be the cruelest part of all of it,
What's that?
right? Like, as we talk about the TVs and the generators, binoculars,
the
glasses,
condoms.
right? All of these things.
How funny would it be? Bright yellow Kodak condom.
If there's one thing I need to work in the moment, I'm not putting a Kodak logo on that. But the cruelest part of all this,
Yeah.
Kodak could have made all of these products themselves if they had the wherewithal.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, there was a time,
It was a Kodak time.
and I know I've said that multiple times, but
I've sung this a lot today.
we're talking nostalgia here. That Kodak name was good as gold.
Yeah.
If they had actually started manufacturing solar panels, generators, televisions, luggage in the early 90s and stuck with it, people would have bought it.
Oh yeah.
Everybody trusted that name.
Mhm.
And there is a sentence that Andrietta puts in this article that really sends home what we had at one point.
What's he sentence?
Well, look, there are people under 30 that do not fully understand the dominance of this company. And even having lived through it, I think you forget how big it was.
Oh yeah.
But to read this quote from the Times from Andrietta, quote, "The Eastman Kodak Company, a brand as big in its heyday as Apple or Google today, whose sentimental ads left lumped in the throats of generations of consumers, has become a cautionary tale for companies slowly to adapt to change." They were Google and Apple.
Yeah.
Kodak was Google and Apple.
Yeah.
And you can't go anywhere without participating in Google and Apple. We had that here, and they pissed it away.
Yeah. They ate their young.
They blew it.
Yeah.
They blew it. Ah!
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
No,
though?
see, you're not
Hey,
from here,
hey,
man. You ain't from here, so it doesn't hurt you like it
Well,
hurts
yeah,
us.
I understand that. By the way, you were a little baby when they were blowing.
My entire family worked for Kodak, minus
and
my
that
dad.
was part of the problem.
My dad was smart enough to work for Kodak, apparently, which is saying something.
He didn't for a short period of
He
time?
worked for a week at Kodak, and then he went and
okay.
became a cop.
Short term.
Kodak, please freeze.
I'm trying to think of another logo that carries that weight that is just a logo now. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's gone?
You recognize the logo, but the company is no longer around. There's got to be something.
That's still like recognizable.
Well, we were talking about
Yeah.
Pan Am.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
like the biggest airline in the world at one time. It represented the 1960s, and it's gone.
Yeah. Kimmy, that's a good question. Outside of Pan Am, I can't think of another one. 252 WCMF, where they're just using the logo for stuff.
Yeah.
While we're thinking, let's talk to Eduardo. Hello, Eduardo.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
Well, I was in South Korea 2 years ago with the family, and actually we walked into this mall, very high-end mall in South Korea, and Seoul. It was a Kodak store. I got a nice sweater. Actually, the sweater has a Kodak Rochester. Do you remember the stickers they used to give it to you when you draw the film?
Yeah.
It looked like that. And it's a great sweater. Every place I go to Rochester, people ask me, where you got that one? You never see that here before.
So you went
Is
into
that
one of
Kodak?
these Kodak Korean stores then?
Oh, definitely, yes. Yeah.
Eduardo, are you from Rochester?
I'm originally from Puerto Rico, but I live in Rochester, yes.
Okay, all right. So was it weird to walk in there and see like the
Oh,
entire...
definitely.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, very strange. It's like you never see that in Rochester, never. And you walk and they have, sweaters, shirts, socks, everything. It's amazing. It was a big surprise. I'm very proud.
Should have grabbed one of the condoms.
Okay. All right, so Eduardo, it was not a slap in the face to you. You're going to take pride in it, and you're going to wear that sweatshirt everywhere.
Oh, definitely. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very proud.
All right, thanks for the
Actually,
call.
talking about also they have a Pan Am store in the Hyundai Mall in Seoul, Torso. I was talking about names. They have a Pan Am store.
Oh, they had the Pan Am store, too.
Wow,
so they're
yeah.
just selling
Yep.
all kinds of crap to the
All
Koreans.
kind of failure.
Eduardo, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right, take care, bud.
Somebody tweeted at us Blockbuster.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Okay, we have it.
What do you got?
Matthew on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. We told you a second ago that last year Kodak brought in $1 billion revenue.
Yep.
And that sounds like a lot until you find out that in 1990, they brought in $19 billion today. Today, $19 billion
How much?
in 1990 money.
I
was
say it's $100 billion.
$46,731,730. Nope. Yeah.
Man, you were way off. $60 billion. You think
Less than half of. So,
that's why we're not billionaires.
yeah, one of the many reasons we're not billionaires. So, in 1990, they were bringing in 46 times the revenue.
A year, right?
Yes, than they brought in last year.
God damn.
46 times.
Where did it all go, Pat?
That's a great question, man.
pissed
Where
it
did
away.
all go? I don't know. And like, here's the other thing that pisses me off too.
What's that?
I don't mean to crap on Kodak, but I think a lot of us have a lot of ill feelings based on what happens to parents and grandparents and all
Yeah.
that stuff. For Kodak to get that insane second chance they had a few years ago, where they were going to be like the manufacturer for pieces of
It's
domestic
back.
medicine. Yes.
Oh,
And then-
yeah, the pharmaceutical deal.
Yeah, and then they effed it all up with, quote,
One person.
alleged insider trading.
But they didn't just mess it up.
Yeah.
They messed it up before the press conference was over.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, they got in trouble ending the press conference. There was already news that there was, like, dirty deals going down. That was amazing.
Like, for what happened, look, you can understand why a company slow to change would have the collapse that Kodak
Yeah.
has. They just made mistake after mistake. And it's okay to be angry about it, right?
Yeah.
But maybe it was just bound to happen.
All right.
That second thing
Yep.
is infuriating because you had the ability to put people to work and make this town a name again on a national and international scale.
Oh, yeah.
And you blew it, quote, for alleged greed.
Yeah.
To line your alleged pockets, you alleged douchebags.
Yes.
Like, here's the thing, man. You know, you hear Eduardo, and it sounds like he didn't grow up in Rochester, but he lives in Rochester now. You
I wasn't picking up on that.
to wear that stuff. Rochester might be the one place that doesn't embrace the Kodak stuff. 'Cause
yeah, I mean, how of all places in the world we don't have nobody opened a store
Yeah.
they have one in the
Nobody
Kodak
thought-
Theater.
like just purely Kodak stuff.
They will sell you. Now I don't know how
Like
big it
mugs
is,
and stuff.
Yeah.
but they'll sell you mugs and T-shirts and
Yeah.
sweatshirts and hats. But it looks nothing like these stores.
I've
that I
never
saw.
seen anybody walking around with that stuff.
Right.
Neither have I. But think about this here in Rochester: the folks who got laid off and watched their world collapse around them.
Yes.
Entire neighborhoods that were destroyed when
Yeah.
half the houses on the block.
Yeah, but
all
think
the-
about how many families broke up over that.
yeah. Yes.
Like, got divorced, moved away.
You're right. I mean, the rug was pulled out. And even worse, like even 20 years after the worst of it happens, folks with pensions.
Oh, they got shafted, yeah.
They were promised all of this. With the work that they put in, all of
Mm-hmm.
a sudden, it's gone. Why would anyone in Rochester...
Here's my coffee mug.
Thank you. And it sucks because, like, the folks that worked at Kodakers, and I know some of you were listening, the older set, you should have pride in what you did. Like,
Yeah.
you should be able to look at that logo and be like, I was a part of that. But I also understand why it would make you furious.
Yeah.
Furious.
But I think there are still people who worked at Kodak holding on to that old Kodak stuff.
But you
Because
made
you would
that.
think in a place like Rochester, like when you go to those flea markets and stuff, it would just be full of old Kodak stuff. And maybe there's more out there than I've seen, but it's pretty rare that you come by some of that stuff.
All right, so here's the thing. I mean, I think a lot of people either chucked it or held on to it.
Yeah.
'Cause, look, there's pride in, like, this.
Yeah.
I made this.
Yeah.
Right? I made this, and this was shipped all over the globe. I mean, it's also possible, too, because we're getting Facebook messages. The Break Room WCMF, the easiest. No, I'm sorry. You get us at the WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Dan writes us, there are lots of people who are now adults that don't have the feelings towards Kodak that older people do. Maybe that'll be trendy with them.
Yeah, time phase, right? I mean,
20-something?
Yeah.
And, yeah, you like to connect yourself to any part of your history, right? So we're big on history here.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't know how you Google Kodak's history after the death of George Eastman. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, even that was, pretty rough.
and that's the other funny thing, too, is like the George Eastman house is a gem of Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's not like he did anything wrong business-wise.
No.
Right? But, like,
I mean, he shot an elephant. Kind of cool.
that was pretty standard at the time. And, like, the elephant head you see in there, not the real elephant, which can we talk about that? If you've never been in the George Eastman house, there is a giant elephant's head hanging off the wall. And they took down the real elephant and they put up a fake elephant because, obviously sensitivity. But
Yeah, but still a representative of a dead elephant.
Right.
But here's the thing: why not just leave the dead elephant? Because you already killed the elephant.
Yeah.
Right.
Elephant's
What
over.
did you do with the dead
Yeah,
elephant?
where's
The actual
original?
head of it. Where does that sit?
Is that in, like,
in the basement?
Maybe they keep it in the archive somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But, like, the elephant's over 100 years old. I think his family's over it.
Yeah. They've moved on.
Yeah, like, just I would like to see the real elephant.
Poor Uncle
head.
Fred got shot by a billionaire.
Fred the elephant. All right, let's take a break. Power makes you do weird things,
Oh, yes.
like shoot elephants. But even the tiniest bit of power, as we've talked about here on the show, can make you lose your mind. And if the allegations are true, it's kind of what the story sounds
A
like.
little drunk on power.
Well, this story happened all the way back in March of 2024. The allegations did. But now that there is a not guilty plea from this local politician, a top guy in this town just east of us,
Yeah.
we're finding out about the details. And this story just keeps getting funnier the more you find out about it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This story keeps getting better and better.
So what happened?
Because it began with another local politician getting arrested for something ridiculous, which is kind of like par for the course. But with every update, we learn something new and a little bit more funny. Because according to these allegations, he wanted this done, and he personally was going to make sure this was taken care of.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45, we were just talking about nostalgia with Kodak and how they're trying to capitalize on that by selling their name and logo. McDonald's is trying to do the same thing. Because, Kimmy, when you think Happy Meal, I mean, a person who's going to buy a Happy Meal would be
A child?
Oh, well, McDonald's.
Should be a child.
McDonald's is banking maybe that's not the case.
Who's buying it?
How'd you like an adult toy? Okay, that sounded
Yeah, not that kind of toy.
a McDildo, if you will.
That sounds like it would hurt.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Don Trout is the town supervisor of Waterloo.
Great name.
Of course he is the town supervisor.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't be anything but the town supervisor of Waterloo with a name like Don Trout.
Donnie Trout.
No, you don't call him Donnie.
Call him Troutsy.
I don't know. My name is Don Trout, and you will refer to me as Don Trout. Back in March of 2024, Trout, along with another town board member and Don Trout's girlfriend, were arrested after authorities say they broke into the town highway barn. At the time, the allegations only said they destroyed property in the barn. That's what they were arrested for. Trout was offered a plea deal.
Yeah.
He turned it down.
Oh.
So he is now going to court. And this week in court, he pleaded not guilty to the charges he was facing. And when he did that, we got some more details to the story.
What happened at the old town shed? I hear old Don Trout's out there at the town shed messing.
It was funny. None of that is factually inaccurate, according to the allegations. So according to the Finger Lakes Daily News, the highway superintendent was told by the town supervisor to remove a TV from the highway barn. There was a TV in there that I guess he didn't want in there. Apparently, the highway superintendent did not remove the TV.
Okay.
So authorities say that Trout and the town board member used their keys to get into the barn and, I quote, make the TV inoperable.
Oh, so they just damaged it?
Does it mean they? I think it kind of sounds like they broke the TV.
Right.
Right? And because of these allegations, the town supervisor in Waterloo, Mr. Trout, is facing serious charges. Are you ready for this?
What?
He's looking at felony third-degree burglary.
Because he broke into the shed?
Okay, those
So he doesn't have the authority to be in there, but he has keys.
Okay, but it's still burglary if you're in somewhere you shouldn't be in. So on top of the felony third-degree burglary, he's facing criminal mischief, official misconduct, attempted tampering with physical evidence, possession of burglary tools, and conspiracy. All of this
over a television
over the
set
television, according
that
to the
you
story.
didn't take.
Okay, it just broke. And you were offered a plea that you turned down. So with the allegations we are seeing here, we add this to the list of completely insane politicians accused of doing weird stuff, right? Or I guess you could look at it on the other hand.
What's that?
If the allegations are true, you would understand what this man is trying to do here, right? Like if he was pissed about a TV in the highway barn, you're not doing the job that I'm paying you to do. I mean, would he be allowed to get rid of it? I know legally no, but
that's what he's thinking.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think there are a lot of people that would side with him.
I'm the mayor.
I don't know why you wouldn't go through other channels to get this done if you really wanted the TV gone.
Right.
Unless he's allowed to have the TV and you were just pissed about it.
It seems like such a petty thing to be worried about your town, that there's a television in there.
Well, look, you're not. We're paying you a top salary.
Sitting around watching match game?
Maybe the smaller the thing, the more angry you get about it.
It must be.
you
Well,
know?
I mean, we don't know how old Don Trout is, but his name is Don Trout.
Like if you're the mayor and this is the biggest thing you're worried about,
Yeah.
is a TV in the old town shed?
Well, maybe
But
things
it's
are,
like, I can't even get this done.
well, maybe things are going so well in Waterloo. This was the biggest
Yeah.
problem: a TV in the town barn.
But you blew up your whole life over it.
Potentially. Now, these are just allegations right now.
Right.
Right?
But you still got to go through them.
You do. The funniest part of this story, if the allegations are true, is how much trouble they're in for doing something allegedly so stupid. Like you said, like we've seen, Tommy, elected officials get popped for stealing money, stalking people, using their power to do insane favor for friends or
Making
family,
stuff up.
driving drunk. This is nothing compared to those charges.
No. This is a new one.
But the fact that he allegedly rounded up a posse,
Yeah, like the other two went in on it.
over a TV,
Yeah.
is hilarious.
The fact that he needed two other people to accomplish this.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Because you were just going to go in and break something and leave. You didn't take anything.
Maybe it's a really big TV. It's a two-man TV job.
All right, yeah.
And on top of that, he's not taking a plea. He's going to go to court.
He's going to fight this out.
Yeah, he's going to face felony burglary charges to prove his innocence or whatever he believes his innocence is.
Yeah.
Now, again, keep in mind, all of these are just allegations. Nobody is guilty of anything right now, right? But if he were to be found guilty, this wouldn't be the first time a town supervisor went mad with power in their tiny little elected position. And we've had this discussion about how absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though being town supervisor is an absolute power. But I think it's time for an uncomfortable question.
What's that?
252 WCMF. We're talking about a man named Don Trout. He is the town supervisor out in Waterloo. He was arrested back in March of 2024 along with another town board member and his own girlfriend after police say they broke into the town highway barn and destroyed a television, at least made it inoperable. He's facing felony burglary charges because of it. The uncomfortable question.
What's that?
With all of these small-time elected officials, judges, whatever, clearly overstepping their jobs and ending up in trouble, is it possible this keeps happening because the people running for these offices don't really know the power of the job they're running for?
They don't understand the job.
Like they think they have more power than they do?
Bingo.
Yeah,
Okay.
they don't understand the job.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of it is some pretty petty stuff that we've talked about in the past.
But I want you to really think about what I'm going to say. Are you ready? Is everyone really thinking? That it's possible
Yeah.
there are people running for elected positions that will become either their full-time or a significant part of their life job, and they don't know what the job does,
Right.
where their power stops, what this title allows them to do.
Because a lot of them are uncontested. Like a lot of times, you run, you win.
True.
Yeah, some of them. Well, I don't think something as big as town supervisor. They always run someone.
But a lot of times, they'll tell you, like, nobody signs up.
No, I get like a highway
Even the
superintendent.
primaries, at least for the primaries, right?
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So it's like, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, okay. But like think about this. It would, in today's day and age,
Yep.
if someone from your town political committee, Tommy, came to you and said, I would like you to be town supervisor of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
You don't know what that job entails.
No.
And that's fine. You shouldn't. You've never been a politician. But it would just take a simple Google search to specifically tell you
Yeah.
what your job in your town would be. And based on all of these elected officials getting in trouble, it kind of feels like maybe they're not even doing that.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit of arrogance.
Okay,
too.
well, now look,
I'm in
maybe.
charge, yeah.
Yeah,
Of course I
yeah.
can.
I'm just thinking of every example of somebody that I've worked with that has not even become the boss, but got some type of like promotion or a job where they thought that maybe they were managing people, and the power that went to some of those people's heads in these smaller upgrades of a role where you're not even making more money most of the time. So I can't imagine what it would be like if somebody thought somebody like that got a job where they're running a town.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I think the difference here, Kimmy,
Yeah.
between just the whole arrogance of it, and I agree with you, some of it is arrogant.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if it's like someone here who gets like a position where they feel like they've gotten a promotion, if they throw their weight around, nobody outside this building knows. In these stories that we keep seeing over and over again with town supervisors,
Yeah, but I'm
and judges,
saying, but they'll take advantage of things, and it's not even in their role. Like I'm just saying, like how on this smaller scale it can happen.
Sure.
So I can't imagine what it's like when you're when your face is on a town.
I'm with you, but I still think it's more than that. Because, like, if you knew you could get arrested for this,
Yeah.
I would think you wouldn't do it.
I wonder if he knew he could get arrested if he was arrogant enough to say, you know what, God damn it, I want that done. I'll go in and do it myself. Like, not even thinking he's committing a crime.
If the allegations are
Hey,
true, yeah.
I'm just going to go in there and take care of business.
Because there's lots of guys that would have that same
I'm doing
mentality.
my job. I told you to move that. I'm going to move it for you.
I'm walking in my team. You're not going to clean your room? Fine. He starts chucking clothes in a
Yeah.
garbage can. Oh, there's what you get. And you know what? I'm not replacing him. I'm not replacing him.
It's almost like that OJ moment where he was going to go back up to that room and get his stuff back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
I'll
Vegas.
just kick in the door. It's my stuff.
I love how you tell that story. Like, that's like by far the second
Yeah.
OJ story
Yes,
that half
yes.
the audience.
But that's the one that got him in jail.
No, you're right. You're right.
Arrogance. And, I'm OJ. I can do what I want.
Like, I am curious, going back to this whole, like, the power that these positions hold.
Yeah.
Does the average person believe if you are the town supervisor or mayor or a judge that you just say things and that happens? Like, that you are,
Mr. Powerful.
yeah.
Well, you are probably somebody who's surrounded by a lot of yes people.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the people that get the job. I'm talking about someone that goes to vote in your town election and you poll for town supervisor even though you have no idea who's running against who.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds insane, but it's not like, Tommy, you ever took a town supervisor course in your civics class.
No.
If you even took a civics class or a participation in government class. Because, like, with the pattern that we keep seeing in our area, and this is just our region, over and over and over again, I am willing to bet that these men and women that we think are drunk with power aren't, and they actually believe they have the power to do the things that
or they're taking care of something. This is the way people want it, so this is what I'm going to do, even though, it may not really be above board.
But you remember, there was a judge we talked about a couple months ago where he had a buddy who got a speeding ticket. The buddy could not show up to court.
Yeah.
So he told a sheriff's deputy to stand in his place, and he dismissed the charges.
Yeah.
He just did pretend
He just
court.
made it up. Yeah.
And he lost his job because of that. But it took years because he kept saying, whoa, 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 whoa.
And by the way, this is just the stuff we're finding out about.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Because it does. It takes balls in a situation like this to come out and say something against the town supervisor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you an example. There have been several allegations made against the town supervisor out in Greece and some of the people that surround him. And that man keeps getting elected, and nothing has stuck, right?
Yeah.
Right? So he is innocent of all the charges he has faced. But there is a story right now currently happening where two members of the town of Greece, residents, had tracking devices allegedly put on their cars, and a woman who was close to the town supervisor was arrested for that, right?
Yeah.
And we've also seen several people file lawsuits saying that they were retaliated against for speaking out against the people that were in these positions.
Yeah, they used,
And if that's your lifetime gig, which it can be for some of these folks,
Oh, sure.
that can be devastating.
Yeah.
Right? So it takes balls.
Yeah, it does.
It almost feels like the smaller the office, the harder it is to go against them because no one's paying attention.
Yeah.
Right? The president tells someone to do something illegal. That person comes out. Their name gets remembered
Well, it's
forever.
a press conference, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver North is a name that people remember forever and ever and ever, right? Monica Lewinsky is a name that people remember. Linda Tripp, forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
You don't know the names of these people in
No,
Greece.
you'll forget them tomorrow.
Exactly. You didn't even know them when we were talking about them in the first place.
Oh, Larry Petrosky?
Shut up. There are no Polish people in the town of Greece.
Probably not.
Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick writes us, if all he did was break a TV that shouldn't have been in the barn, I don't see what the problem is. More of my issue is being over litigious and not letting this man do his job. We don't know the TV wasn't allowed to be there.
You're right.
And based on the charges, if the allegations are true, he wasn't allowed to go do it.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. But that's what I mean, right? Like, it's not just the idea that I have the power to do this. It's the idea that there will be people that go, yeah, he should be able to do it.
That's right.
What's the problem? Why don't we change the laws so all TVs are breakable when they are within the confines of the highway barn?
The town shed.
Does every town have a highway barn?
I guess it's weird calling it a barn.
Yeah.
It's like
Like
shed. It's like a tool shed or where you keep all your crap.
You can't come up with a better name. You don't have to change the way it
town
looks.
barn?
Just, make it sound like a bigger thing.
I'll be down to highway barn, Ma.
The highway department headquarters.
Once you meet me behind the highway barn, darling.
You were going to say something, Kimmy?
So I was just confused. Did he admit to breaking the TV, or he denies all of it?
He has not admitted to anything.
Okay.
He simply pleaded not guilty and
Didn't
refused
deny.
a plea deal.
Yeah.
So buckle up, Waterloo.
Yeah.
You got the trial of a century coming up. Don Trout versus the man in the highway barn, which sounds like a Johnny Cash song, like a BBB side. All right, let's take a break. Happy Meals have always been designed for children.
Yeah.
But McDonald's is rolling the dice, thinking that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
And there are two reasons why. One of them may be financially. Second could be nostalgia.
If somebody's going to buy it and eat it in front of another person?
Here's the thing, man. You may not be buying it for the food in this case. And
Oh.
it wouldn't be the first time we have seen grown-ass people buy stuff for kids
And then eat it themselves.
at a fast food. I'm not even talking about eat. I'm talking about what's coming with the food.
This is sad, man.
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next here at the Break Room on CM. These are designed for kids.
Yep.
But it looks like they're taking a shot at adults, and there's two reasons for this.
Yeah.
And, like, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna laugh, and you're gonna
What the hell's in it?
Oh, this generation. Bro, this has happened over and over again for the last 30, 40 years, and both my dad and Kimmy's dad have fallen victim to this.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So we know that fast food restaurants in general, have been struggling the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And they are doing everything they can to try and bring customers back in. McDonald's is starting something new today.
Ooh, they stepping up.
Their new Happy Meal toy line will be in whatever Happy Meal you buy. They are called Lil McDonald's.
Lil McDonald?
Lil McDonald's.
All right.
The toys are mini versions of classic McDonald's items.
So even more mini because they were pretty small before.
Like okay, for example, Kimmy, it's one of them is a little classic McDonald's.
Okay.
Like ones that we remember
All
from
right.
when we were kids. One of them is you remember the jack-o'-lantern bucket you would get your Happy Meals in?
Yeah.
That's one of the toys there. A classic truck, the old school McDonald's marquee or the sign with the marquee underneath it. An old school McDonald's drive-through. All of these things. An old booth that you would
Okay.
have remembered
But it's
from
like a little
Yeah.
tiny toy
It's
so
like
it's
version.
a mini version. Of
Yes,
it.
you can't play with
Gotcha.
it. It's just a mini version.
So this is these are like collectibles for adults?
This is okay. So they are not specifically for adults. It is not
so
said
they're
there.
Well, no
meant
kid
to be
cares.
for kids.
Well, kid gets
Well, no,
nostalgia
aren't
at 5.
Well, but don't kids aren't like mini things in right now, like mini collectibles?
So they're called mini brands.
Yeah.
Okay.
My 12-year-old is obsessed with mini brands, and Kimmy's right. It's
It's
all
like grocery. It's like the most random items, just like a mini plastic version of it.
But your kid's
Yeah.
even out of Happy Meal age, right?
yeah. No, the mini brand stuff we're talking is like stuff you go to like Target and buy.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, this would be Happy Meal stuff. But Kimmy, you're right. It is popular for some kids, but it is believed that McDonald's, for two reasons, are targeting adults with these.
So what's the deal?
Okay, so first of all, it's going to play on nostalgia, and these
Yeah.
things are supposed to be collectible,
Yes,
quote,
people are
collectible.
gonna flock to get their hands on it.
For example, there is a gold McDonald's Happy Meal miniature that is like a chase, is what they call it. So like that's a rarer one that will be more
Ooh.
valuable down the road.
Hold on to that one, buddy. They
but,
only made 1 billion of them.
but more importantly,
Yeah.
there is data that suggests that more adults than ever have been buying Happy Meals. Even before this.
Is it because they're just cheaper?
You got it.
Because you can just buy a small hamburger.
Yeah,
Right.
but for whatever reason, the McDonald's Happy Meal all
Okay.
combined is cheaper than a hamburger, fries, and a small
All right,
soda.
so but you can't afford because you're too busted.
Well, yeah, or you're trying to save money or whatever
yeah.
the reason is. Adults have been buying kids' meals at fast food restaurants. Now, there's no data from any of the restaurants that say this. This is all second-party stuff, so take it with a grain of
All
salt.
right.
But if you have the combination of McDonald's knows adults are buying
Yeah.
Happy Meals, and now you have these retro Happy Meal toys in there that kids wouldn't understand even if they got them, kind of seems like McDonald's is trying to sell Happy Meals to adults now.
Okay. All right. Lure me in.
By the way, Happy Meal is the exact amount of food you would need to get full. No, I'm serious.
Man who eats a salad twice a day.
Yeah, but when I eat, I eat. You never
Big old
eat.
man salad.
How about Tommy's already got a half a boner looking forward to his 2 hot dogs a year on Friday.
Oh, I don't have crouton Wednesday.
I don't have Crouton Wednesday anymore either because Ruby Tuesdays closed their locations in Rochester. So joke's on you.
You can buy them and eat them at your house.
Now to say,
A bag full of croutons.
they come,
Yeah.
they're pumpernickel and they come fresh out of the fryer. Kimmy, when's the last time you had a Happy Meal?
I mean, it has to. I don't have a memory of my last Happy Meal.
So you
put it
never
that
bought
way.
one as an adult?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So we had a salesperson at the old across the street. That she ate a Happy Meal. That was like her McDonald's. And she wasn't doing it for any reason. She
Other
just
than it
loved
was-
Happy Meals.
Okay.
And it was always disturbing to me to see an adult businesswoman eating a kid's meal.
Why? It's just a hamburger,
I
fries,
do.
and a soda.
But you're doing it in front of like your coworkers.
Yeah,
it
'cause
just looks
comes in
weird.
a little box and everything.
Yeah, I mean all that stuff. Yeah, it's like you got your little toy lunch
yeah,
there.
but I get my carrying case. Well, I don't get
Yeah.
that with the other food. I just get a bag.
That's kind of weird if you're going into work like that, and that's your meal.
I get it now though, just because most places don't have like the dollar menu anymore. So this really would be the best bang for your buck if you don't want a lot of food. But I don't get it back then though. That would
But
be
you
weird.
don't go to McDonald's because you don't want a lot of food.
Understand?
You want food, baby.
Yeah, but you can't afford maybe, or your budget doesn't.
I can't afford a full goddamn hamburger.
No, I mean, these things do happen, man. Okay, so right now, wow, that is a wide swath.
What?
Well, I had Googled what does a Happy Meal cost now
Mm-hmm.
in America. Do you want to take a shot at
It
what
was going to set me back. $5.
No, more.
Wait, more than $5?
$6.50.
Okay, so it says here the price range in America for a Happy Meal is anywhere between $6 and $10, and this is from McDonald's.
$10 for a
Probably at like those
teeny meal.
I would guess, isn't it usually more at the throughway stops?
Yeah, right. It's always
Yeah.
super expensive. Well, yeah, and bigger cities too.
Yeah.
Right? McDonald's gets more expensive. Yeah, I mean, a Happy Meal is now $6 to $10 depending on where you are and what you're ordering. So, like right now, okay, a hamburger Happy Meal, I'm looking at from the Wegmans website, $7.23. That gives you a burger, apple slices, a kid-sized fry, and a milk.
First of all, I don't eat apple slices.
Well, they did that
Give me a
too.
little more burger and lose the apple.
It's supposed to help kids make healthier choices.
No, but nobody goes to McDonald's. You go to McDonald's because it's fun. So they invented a Happy Meal.
Yeah, I went to McDonald's because it was fun over and over and
Me
over and
too.
over again when I was a
He
kid.
could have used some apple slices.
Yeah, I mean, look, my heart needs apple slices, bro, badly. 252 WCMF. McDonald's today is releasing a new line of Happy Meals toys. They are minis.
Yeah.
But they're nostalgic
Yeah.
little mini plastic toys. Old-looking restaurants. The bucket of the jack-o'-lantern that we used to get our Happy Meals in. An old truck. A McDonald's sign with a marquee. And it is believed that these are aimed at adults
Yeah.
to try and get them to buy Happy Meals because apparently more adults have been buying Happy Meals.
But like, didn't we learn from our parents? Because like looking back as a kid and like parents rushing to McDonald's to get whatever collectible, like the hot collectibles that were out certain times of the year. Like, and I remember ladies standing up at the register and arguing with the kid checking them out. Like they had already gotten that toy, so they wanted to exchange for like a different one.
That is
like,
so goddamn sad.
But let's talk about this because she's
Yeah.
right.
And
This-
I just think like we all experienced this as kids and would be like too embarrassed to do that now as adults.
So, like, the big one, the biggest chase for Happy Meals toys was the Beanie Babies.
The
Beanie Babies. I also remember like the Barbie ones being
Those were big.
being collectibles too.
You don't remember the McDonald's mini beanies?
I remember the Beanie Baby craze, so that
during-
was part of it.
During the Beanie Baby craze, McDonald's put mini Beanie Babies in.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Man, if you
Happy
have one of
Meals-
those today.
They'd run out of them.
Yes, and like to your point, people would be on the phone trying to
Yep.
figure out which McDonald's had which ones because some were worth more money than others.
God.
There was also a run. Do you remember this? The Rugrats watches at Burger King when we were in like middle school.
I didn't know. I remember them, but I don't remember them
They
being
had
that big.
watches.
My dad. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's when the
King Collectible.
Oh my God, bro! You want to talk about embarrassing? It's when the Rugrats movie came out.
Yeah.
And they had these. It was like a set of 5 talking watches. So they were plastic. It had like one of the characters on it. You
Yeah.
would press a button, and like Tommy Pickles would say, like, baby's got to do what a baby's
Yeah.
got to do. For whatever reason, my dad
Dad
thought
wanted to get his hands on those.
he thought they were going to be worth a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So he would call different Burger Kings when he would get
yeah.
home from work that he heard got a shipment in and see which ones they had. And I vividly remember traveling all over the greater Rochester area to go get these specific Rugrats watches that we were not allowed to wear because they were going to skyrocket in
All
value.
right. Look at them now.
They probably got taken by the bank when they repossessed them.
Oh,
But
you left them there?
we had them. They're
Yeah.
like I remember walking into Marketplace Mall to the Burger King that was off to the corner there,
Yep.
and the guy, like the kid, like had the bag ready for us, like we were doing a drug deal. Like, look at you
So
got
he'd call ahead and score these.
to figure out which Burger King had which watches.
I can't remember what toy or item it was for, but I remember people going to the McDonald's at the airport because it was like the last one left that had any of the collectibles. Like people were lined up. They went all the way to the airport
Pay
to
to
get
park.
their hands on stuff.
Went through security.
Yes. No, you probably didn't have to at the time.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah, back
Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
no.
yeah.
But yeah, man. This is,
And none of it's worth a goddamn thing.
no, I mean,
It's all sitting in a landfill.
just for S's and G's.
Yeah.
Will you Google, Kimmy, what the most valuable McDonald's Beanie Baby is worth right
What
now?
it traded for? or-
Yeah. And here's the thing, like we could go down the list of like those glasses. Every Disney movie that came out, they would release a glass or a toy that
Yeah.
became, the super chase thing that people had to go out and have. And now you go to flea markets and it is nothing but Snow White and Beauty and the
Yeah.
Beast or whatever glasses that Disney put out to McDonald's. But it
Yeah.
doesn't stop people. Kimmy, you're right. We should know better than
Yeah.
this.
So those
I'm
beanies were always
disappointed.
themed, right? Because I remember there was like the Grateful Dead
Yeah.
had a Beanie Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they made specific ones.
There was a Princess Di Bear. There were football themed
But
ones.
it turns out like you had to have like a certain type made. I don't even know what to look for, but not all of them were as valuable.
Limited edition.
Yeah.
All right, what is the most valuable Mick Beanie Baby that
Okay,
you could
so
find?
it seems like on eBay there's a collection of 4 of the Thai Beanie Babies still in the packages
From
Damn.
McDonald's.
from McDonald's.
Okay.
and all 4 of them together are starting at $100.
Wow.
$100.
That's it seems like
It's way more than I thought.
there's another one that's it's a collection of 4. That's $150, but I'm not seeing anything over that right now.
That's way more than I thought.
Sitting on a cool 100 there, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah.
20-year payoff.
And again, you would have had to not have
man.
opened it.
I'm looking. I just pulled it up on eBay right now. They've got the complete set from McDonald's,
Yeah.
12 of them, $27 or best offer.
27
Oh, wow.
bucks.
This one's, and they're all in the bag. This one's
Yeah.
$14.95, all
Yeah.
of them.
Man, your dad be sitting on 10s.
I kind of want to buy them just because we can. I'm like starting to get that rush again.
Well, I wonder what that Grateful Dead one went for then.
You want to eBay what a Grateful Dead bear costs now? Because there are a couple Beanie Babies that are still worth thousands of dollars. Like
But it had to be so rare, right?
probably, I don't know. The whole thing was stupid in the first.
Yeah, of course it was. And I remember there was a catalog that gave you like projected value in a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember that like people held onto those catalogs.
There is a famous picture, and you can Google it right now.
Yeah.
It happened. It was like a picture from like 1997, 1998. It's a divorce court. It's 2 grown people.
Yeah.
Have you seen this picture?
No.
There is a stack of Beanie Babies, a pile of them.
And they're going through a divorce.
In front of the judge. They are on their hands and knees, and the judge allowed them to draft a Beanie Baby each until the Beanie Babies were gone. It's a United States courtroom where 2 grown people are on their hands and knees picking out Beanie Babies one at a time.
They have to realize now, if those people are alive, how sad that was.
I would hope so.
I hope.
I would hope, but who knows?
I know.
All right, what do we got for the Grateful Dead bear?
I mean, you can get one. There's a bunch on eBay for like $10.
All right. You heard-
And that comes with a contact.
Like I said,
bus.
maybe there was maybe there was a collection of them that was worth more, but the standard one
$10.
not worth.
And they
much.
were saying like how much these were going to be worth, limited edition.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there are some. Okay, so there's one in a case.
That's blessed by Jerry.
It says Jerry Garcia tie Beanie Baby rare,
Rare?
authenticated, pre-owned, $250.
Okay.
All
Now
right.
we're getting somewhere.
Ooh, yeah.
All right. Way to go, Deadheads. Probably the soundest investment they ever made.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's take a break. As we talk about McDonald's, the one good thing about any fast food, you know what you're going to get.
Oh, sure.
It's consistent. It's clean.
Mm-hmm.
You're good. The same cannot be said for an iconic bakery in Rochester that is going through some trouble right now.
Oh.
Kimmy, you saw this story.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There's the thing.
Yeah.
None
What a
of
great
the,
situation there.
None of this, Kimmy, if the allegations are true, is
Yeah.
good. But there are some restaurants in Rochester that are so beloved, no matter what you found out,
Yep.
you'd still go.
You tough it out?
And I am curious, with as long as this has been around and the fan base that it has accrued,
Yeah.
if this is one of those places.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Food is the simplest pleasure of life.
Oh, yeah.
You want that food to be made safely, in a clean space, no weird things that'll skeeve you out going on.
Right.
But if we're being honest, food you love, you will overlook a few things to get that delicious food. Right? What is up for debate are the allegations that one legendary bakery is currently facing enough for even their biggest supporters to go, no thank you. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have something to give you.
Who am I going to get?
Not you, people listening.
I understand.
Adam Sandler is coming to the KeyBank Center September 21st in Buffalo, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Do not call now.
All right.
Do not call now. But when we tell you,
Yeah.
which may or may not be in just a little while, wink, we will take the 8th caller to get you a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler live at the KeyBank Center, Buffalo. Damn it, Daniel. I just said do not call. We have caller ID. I see your name right there, and you do it again. I'm going to say your last name and embarrass you in front of all your friends. Sit tight. We'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Jackson's Bakery in Greece is an iconic Rochester business. They have been open, Tommy, since 1947.
Wow.
And it's one of those places that looks like, Kimmy, it's never changed.
Yeah. It's like the shop and everything. Yeah. It's a moment in time.
Exactly like that. Yeah, it's like the shop and and a moment in time.
Frozen in time. Since the boys came home from WW2.
It is. It's definitely a throwback, right? Jackson's is currently closed.
Why?
And has been closed for a little while after the health department shut them down.
Oh.
A story in the Democrat Chronicle says the health department got a call from a concerned customer.
What they say?
The customer claims they arrived at the bakery early one day to pick up an order and discovered the owner of said bakery sleeping on a mattress outside the side door.
Okay, but that wouldn't tell me anything about. Maybe he's just busted his ass.
All right, let me back up.
You know what I mean?
You just went to a bakery.
Maybe a few other things.
Well, there are more, and we'll get to that.
But they look like they were living there?
I don't know. I will say, for all of the things that bother you, the weird little things, you would not be alarmed that the owner of the bakery was asleep on a mattress on the side of the door of the bakery.
Why? Thinking because of how bakers have such weird hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Of all the,
he's got to squat there to, because he's got to be there all the time.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Like of all the
That wouldn't skeeve me.
Businesses, like food industry wise, like that one would make a little bit more sense just because you're right.
Yeah.
You're up so early in the morning that maybe
Yeah.
you just figured, I'll crash here.
What a narc.
Okay, well, that may be a good thing that they narked because the health department went in.
What they find?
According to their report, they found mouse droppings. They found debris and insects inside an open bag of flour in the basement. They found animal hair on a block of butter that was in the actual kitchen.
Ooh.
Animal hair on butter?
A cat brush and litter boxes stored on prep tables and on the floor of the prep room. They also say they found the exterior littered with mattresses.
Wait. It's like a flop house?
They got a little motel going on, according to the health
So all the
department.
workers?
I don't know.
But this was the owner. They said sleeping on the mattress.
According to the story of the DNC.
Wow.
And speaking of the owner, the health department also says when they went to inspect the place, the owner would not open the doors to let them in.
Oh.
They had to go back when the owner wasn't there to inspect the building,
Oh.
which is where they found, according to their report, what they found. So, Tommy, this doesn't sound great.
Okay, that's bad.
And we don't know
The
what's
hairy butter, excuse me.
Yeah.
Harry Butter, one of my favorite sports play-by-play guys.
Multiple litter boxes.
Well, yeah, not just
Yeah.
one litter, but you have multiple litter boxes.
Because I thought, like, initially, as I was reading the story, I thought, well, okay, cats, if there's mice, maybe they have the cats, get
Okay.
rid of the mice, but then you realize, like, maybe the cats are also the problem here.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Harry
Yeah.
Butter. Yeah.
Hairy butter.
So here's the thing. As bad as these allegations sound, there are some folks who love this bakery so much,
Oh, yeah.
none of what we just told you matters to them. And they are willing to accept all of that if it means they can get their favorite baked good from the only place that they
Yeah.
think makes it. And as bougie and as proper as everyone thinks they are,
Yeah.
every single person listening to us right now has a place like that.
Yeah, it's bulletproof.
Yes, it doesn't matter what gets revealed. You would be back the next day if that was the only place you can get your hands on this stuff. Like, I'll give you an example. Proof. Even the bitchiest of bitch men.
Oh, God, yeah, they're out there.
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Tommy, let's say hypothetically, tomorrow there's a story about the Pittsford Wegmans in the DNC.
Yeah.
Cat hair, mice droppings,
Harry Butter.
Harry Butter.
Hairy butter.
He's working the front end. Danny Wegman is sleeping on a mattress in the produce section.
That I want to see.
Would that keep you from shopping there today?
No. No, it's bulletproof.
There's nothing that
No.
could be found in that Pittsford Wegmans where you would not go.
If you told me something horrendous happened, I wasn't even there. It's all cleaned up now. A horrible thing.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, just a
I
horrible
don't know
thing.
what you're thinking.
I don't want to say because
Like a tragedy?
Yeah, anything.
Okay,
That's
fine,
Any
fine, fine.
horrible. It would not deter. If as long as it's cleaned up, I'm going back. Because there's nothing to compare it to.
Well, no, I mean, there's
I mean, you can
there's
go to
100 other
another
grocery
place.
stores to
No,
compare.
not like that.
Okay, I mean, again, like
That's an experience.
if somebody called up and was like, "I'm going back to Jackson's because I ain't nothing," you'd be like, "Okay, it's those other Italian bakeries." No, it's grocery stores. They never want to.
But that's my thing. You know that.
Kimmy, what is your place? No matter what you could find out, do you have one? Do you think you don't
I
have
don't
one?
know because I think that I'm sure that there's one, but at the same time, I'm thinking when you hear that many specific things, I'm going to be inspecting that food a little bit more. You know what I mean? Which may ruin the experience for me.
Okay.
Like if I know there could be hairs in
Ooh,
things that
yeah.
I'm eating,
Yeah, any little glitch.
I might go back, but after I'm like, taking apart that that piece of food to look for stuff,
Looking for that rogue pube.
I don't know if I'm.
They
don't
fly
know.
around too,
By the
bro.
way, Rogue Pube sounds like a bad guy in a Tom Cruise 80s movie. We gotta catch Rogue Pube.
Yeah, it
that
might
a Tom
take
Cruise
That's
sound?
me-
exactly what he does in every movie.
It might take me a little while to go back. I might return, but not right away.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's certain.
Yeah.
I think, everybody's got that joint.
Because I do figure when a place is busted for stuff like this and they reopen, I'm like, well, it's got to be like the cleanest kitchen ever now.
I mean, look at Nick Tahoe's. No matter where it was located at, that place was bulletproof.
Well, no, if it was bulletproof, they wouldn't need a second location. back
Well,
in the
you know
day.
what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you.
That old school gritty joints like that. And look at those, greasy spoons people go to.
And you bring up a great point.
Yeah.
To the point you're making, again, 252 WCMF, we're talking about Jackson's Bakery out in Greece. They've been open since 1947. They are currently closed as forced by the health department after a customer, according to a story of the DNC, said they showed up early to pick up an order, discovered the owner of the bakery sleeping on a mattress outside the side door. They went in, they say they found mouse droppings, debris and insects in an open bag of flour in the basement, animal hair on a block of butter in the kitchen, a cat brush and litter boxes stored on a prep table, and on the floor of the prep room, amongst other things. They say they found more mattresses on the exterior of their building. You bring up Tahoe's.
Yeah.
Right? I know the food scene has changed in Rochester,
Yes.
and there are much more higher-end places than there used to be,
Mm-hmm.
many more. But if you're over 35, I would argue the grimier the place looks,
Yeah.
the more excited you are
But
or
you also-
were.
And you wore it like a badge of honor that you went down there to eat.
Yes. Like, those were always the best places to
Yes.
eat. You cannot tell me those places that we all ate at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning
Oh, yeah.
when we were 18 to 25 did not have insane amounts of bad things happening in the back of the house.
Sure.
Half of us worked there. We know what was going on.
Yeah.
And yeah, it may have taken years off our life.
Yeah, you made it through.
That hot sauce, though, worth it.
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy,
It
think,
probably kills a lot of stuff.
and we're talking about all those grimy places from back in the day that we used to eat after the
Yeah.
bar. All of those places had to be disgusting in the back. They had to be.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it bother you?
Because even if they did get in trouble for something, people probably didn't even know about it because it wouldn't be all over social media and
Oh,
stuff.
good call
Unless you
about
read
that.
about it, you would have no idea.
You know, the change in what you're willing to tolerate may show up when you start to have kids. And for
Well, you got to be careful with kids.
well, that's the obvious one.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't want your kids to get sick, obviously. But I think there's a second sneakier thing when the kids show up. Your body starts to lose the health force field we once had.
Oh.
Like, you could eat and drink nasty stuff, and nothing would happen to your young force field body.
Yeah.
And then you wake up one day after your last 3 a.m. diner experience, and you don't know it is. Like, one day you had your last 3 a.m. diner experience, and you didn't realize it. But you feel like you want to die the next day, and you decide you can never think about doing that again.
Oh, just from the food.
Yes. No? Am I wrong?
That sucks, though.
It does. I love plates. I love,
Yeah.
I was on a plate-a-day habit when I was in high school.
I
like
met you.
greasy
but
food.
You were like that.
If I have a garbage plate, I have a 2-day plate hangover now. I'm not exaggerating.
Before it runs through your system.
I'm telling you, man, I can taste it for days. I love it. It's my favorite food in the whole world. But I know as I'm eating it, like, I can't even fully enjoy it because I'm going to pay for this, man.
Think of what you would fuel up with before like a practice or something. Like how our stomachs didn't explode the second you hit the ground running is amazing.
But you're a kid. You get a different system, to your point. And garbage plates are something that you're going to overeat because you're going to finish that plate.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they're designed
right.
for.
So, like, it's not like you just had a hamburger and a bag of chips. You know what I mean? You're eating a plate of that stuff at a time. So, you know what I mean? It's a ton of food.
Now, there used to be a joint across the street from Aquinas, like during football in the summertime. You know, if we got there early enough, we'd go across the street, and I would get, it was a hard roll, egg, sausage, cheese, hot sauce. And it was delicious.
Oh, it sure is.
And then we go run sprints in the
Yeah.
90-degree heat for 3 hours. And you're right. Never threw that up.
No.
Now if I just smell that, I'm like, I'm going to eat it, but it's not good.
You got to go take a nap afterwards.
Troy writes us on Instagram, Duffy and WCMF, the easiest way to get us. I went to this Chinese food place to pick up food. A mouse ran through the kitchen. Still go there, though, because they have great food. I think foreign food you're also more likely to give a pass to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what does that say about us?
I don't know. Well,
Oh, yeah, those people, they
That's not-
deal.
that's-
Well, it's kind of what you're saying,
no,
though.
I'm saying I don't know how to make this. I can't get it anywhere else.
Yeah, but you're also going, you know.
That's not what I was thinking.
That's
Kinda
kind of
sounded like it.
Nope, that's not what I meant.
But that's what it sounds
Okay,
like.
I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I meant like,
I also just assume stuff like mice. It's kind of like in every kitchen.
Mice get into everything, man.
It's in a lot of people's homes.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
okay, like you're trying to play it cool, like you're one of the bros. If a mice,
One of the bros.
if you think you're a mice bro,
I'm
which
a
you're not.
mice bro.
Think you're a mice bro? You and Harry Potter are mice bros? You're not.
I mean, we have mice here.
Yeah, and I watched him react to the mouse run across.
I had
the
my
room.
nice shoes
Oh,
on.
we're gonna lift my feet off the ground and try and look tough.
Yes.
The look of fear on your face, bro.
But it was scaling the wall, man.
It's like you saw God and he had a list of all the things you've ever done in your life in front of him. But like you would not be in a sub shop, watch a mouse run across the floor and stay. You wouldn't do that.
No. And I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it at any place.
Wegmans?
Oh,
God damn.
the gold standard.
That'd be a tough one, but I'd have to muscle through it.
Okay, wow. Like Christ on a cross.
Thank you.
You know, what could be the most heartbreaking part of this story,
Yeah.
you know, with Jackson's Bakery being closed right now, we don't know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So somebody did call and say they think it's been closed for a little while now.
Okay, so there was an issue where they closed for a couple of weeks,
Okay.
a couple of weeks ago because
Yeah.
they said that they didn't have enough staff.
Yeah.
They opened back up, and then this happened.
Oh,
Okay.
so
it's-
they did open.
Yes,
back.
they opened back up again. But, like, losing Jackson's Bakery would be a devastating loss to the town of Greece because, although we all move on from everything,
Yeah.
yep, nobody stops time.
Yeah.
You think of the Italian bakeries
Well, they're going away.
and delis, yeah, that we've lost on the west side over the
Mm-hmm.
last decade. Like, Freer's Christmas Tree Shop was around the corner from this place. That place was open for a century.
Yeah.
It's comforting to still have those
Yeah.
generational businesses,
Yeah,
and
but-
we're running out of them.
Oh, yeah.
man. You know,
No, you know what's going to happen?
yeah. What?
They're gonna run out of them,
Uh-huh.
and then one of you retro douchebags is going to open up a new joint that looks like those old joints. That's what's going to happen.
Okay, yeah, but that's not the same.
I know, but at least you'll have something.
No, but it's not the
They
same.
won't be. You won't have the gruff women, you know, ignoring you at the counter like they used to.
Well, that kind of turns me on, I'll be honest with you.
It turns on a lot of old guys
Hey, what are you doing?
to
Yeah.
have a rough old lady push me around a little bit.
252 WCMF. You know, we were talking about how everyone's got their spot, does not matter how bad it goes. Sounds like John's is Jackson's. He's on CMF. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good.
What do you got, John?
I'm a loyalist of Jackson's for 55 years.
Damn, John. So when they open,
Yeah, my mother bought it. I bought it since, and you're killing me.
I'm sorry. So, well, John, I mean, like, look, if they open back up again, are you getting back in line?
Yes.
I mean, look, if you need a nap, it
Yeah.
sounds like they got some mattresses outside you can crash on.
I've seen the side of the building. It makes sense, but it's still, you're right. It's a loyalist thing. It's they'll fix it, is what you say. I don't remember ever finding any errors.
Okay, well, look,
I mean, you try to give an excuse.
John, I get it, man. I'm not here to judge you. There are places I would do the same exact thing. I'm with you, John. I'm with you.
It kills me. It kills me, though.
All right, well, John, listen. Go think about, you know, cannoli or
Harry Butter.
ding dong cake or whatever.
White Mountain rolls.
All right, John. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thank
Have a good
you.
rest of the day. Poor John.
He sounds like a customer.
But he's struggling in his own mind,
yeah.
and you can hear it because he's like, I don't know, I want to, but I can't,
Yeah.
but I shouldn't, but I'm gonna. But I mean, he's fighting an inner battle.
They always find their way back. And I also love how you made fun of a guy who called the show that doesn't do radio for a living going, "Rah, rah, rah," when you literally do that 7 times a show. It should be called
I'm
the,
a professional.
the rah, rah, rah room. All right, it's time.
What we got?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler September 21st, KeyBank Center in Buffalo, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We will take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Adam Sandler, KeyBank Center, Buffalo, Live Nation. Oops, burping. Ticketmaster.com, 8th caller. Good luck. Oh, look who's back.
Who's back?
Daniel.
Daniel's
back. Oh, I called too early. Now I'm calling again. We'll take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF. Good luck from your friends here in the break room. In a second here, after we get rid of these Adam Sandler tickets.
Yeah.
You know, remember last week we were talking about the maximum heat a school can be open? And they were shutting down schools.
Yeah,
right?
because of the heat. Yeah.
And people were getting very upset. We had that one guy calling me, "What, kids can't be hot." If folks did not like the maximum school temperature, they're sure as hell not going to like this. Because it turns out there are guidelines that are suggested that no workplace is following. And there is now a push that says if it hits a certain temperature, you might get a day off.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. If folks got upset about kids getting this treatment,
Yeah.
they sure as hell ain't going to like it for grown-ass people. But adults may need this more than kids. Not just for the health aspect, but grown-ass people may be less likely to say anything out of fear of losing their jobs. So is it time, as some people are suggesting, for the law to step in and make sure you are not frying on the job? You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy, who's going to see Adam Sandler?
Mark.
Yeah, it's Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
Loves Billy Madison. Congratulations, Mark. If you did not win your Adam Sandler tickets, who is coming to KeyBank Center in Buffalo, courtesy Live Nation tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Have no fear. We will have more tickets tomorrow for you. And you're going to be listening anyway.
Oh, sure.
We're great.
What a hot show.
Yeah. Heard you got a quality program. We'll get you more Adam Sandler tickets tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. With the heat wave that hit last week, canceling classes for schools across the greater Rochester area, a question for the working folk has popped up.
What's that?
Is there a legal temperature where it is too hot for your employer to make you work?
Wait, they shut down the business?
Well, that's the question. So, fun fact, for schools in New York State, the temperature where they cannot have class is 88 degrees, according to several stories that I saw over the weekend. And if the classrooms are above 88 degrees, school is canceled.
All right.
So when it comes to workplaces, the simple answer is no, there is not a temperature that's too hot. But OSHA, you're familiar,
Oh, yeah.
the safety organization, does have a recommendation. They proposed a rule back in 2024 that employers had to take, quote, extra precautions with their employees for any temperature they were working in over 82 degrees.
82?
82.
That seems kind of low.
The older you get, the more the heat will affect you, as you well know. I mean, it looks like you've been living on the surface of the sun for the past 10 years. By the way, only the state of California has implemented the suggestions from OSHA.
Yeah.
Every other state has yet to do anything. But as the summers continue to get hotter, there has been more support for a maximum work temperature for people.
All right.
Tommy, is this a good idea?
Well, don't they kind of already do this like in construction and like landscaping and roofing? Like it hits a certain point, they'll send the guys home because they know it's just too dangerous for them to be up there.
I don't think so.
I know they do it for maybe it's just company to company, but I thought like it's just too hot to be up there.
I love. I got a couple of buddies that work in construction and on like.
So they
road
work
crews.
straight through?
They worked last week, man.
Oh,
Like middle of the day and everything.
As far as I know, and I'm going based on Instagram stories of guys
but
that
I guess it would kill their business.
Well,
I mean, if you're a small guy who owns a roofing company,
so like you, like 5'5".
yeah, Tommy, little roofer.
Tommy's mini roofs.
I'll put you a little roof on you.
Why would you do the
First floor. First floors only.
Why would you build a roof in the middle of the house?
Yeah, that's high as I can get. No, but I mean, like you would kill those guys.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
is a maximum work temperature a good idea?
I think it is. But then
82
again,
is too low.
yeah, but I was gonna say 82 does sound like it would eliminate
like a nice
lot
day.
of days for you.
All right, give me the number then.
95.
95?
Sold. Yeah,
Are
95.
you out of your mind?
Yeah, 95. That's hot.
I mean, bro, I would look if you told me 90, I'd be with you on 90. 95 is like you're gonna die hot.
Oh, I grew up in 95 in Florida.
It ain't,
Nobody
by the way,
died.
it ain't the same heat, man.
It was the same heat as they had before.
Man.
But I do
And
wonder-
by the way, the air was way more polluted back
Do
then.
you hear me saying man?
What I don't get though is if you do implement a maximum temperature, like how would places that are just always hot manage
Yeah,
that?
like the blast furnace.
Like anywhere there, like a desert area. Like
yeah, you couldn't do it.
I don't know how you would get anything
Still-
done when quarter of the year
You made steel. How you going to do
it's
that?
always that
Air
hot.
conditioning? I don't know. I mean, I love how guys sitting in air conditioning in a long sleeve shirt is arguing people shouldn't have a maximum temperature.
No,
Really
I
You're
shouldn't.
showing
said-
a lot of leg today.
Yeah, you are.
A lot of leg.
What's wrong with my legs?
No, I'm just saying you're showing a lot of leg today.
No, his
They're very
leg.
tan.
His leg looks like the map of the roads in the desert those people will be working in. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I know the tough guys are out there. Let me tell you what I've done, those kind of guys.
Yeah.
The one thing I have noticed, and this is anecdotal, so take it with a grain of salt. The guys that I do know that work in construction, we're not bragging last week about how tough they were working in triple-digit heat
No, I'm
indexes.
sure.
They straight up say it sucks.
I'm sure it does.
And I don't know if they're going to their bosses and saying this sucks, and they're obviously not walking off the job. They're going to work.
No, you got to eat.
But here's the thing. I do respect these guys for not playing this tough guy game like it's no big deal. Because every one of them that I know was bitching like a mofo that they had to go work in this heat. Do those people not deserve to stay safe in an unreasonable temperature?
Yeah, but they don't want to they don't want to lose money.
Oh, no, I understand.
Because if you told those guys, okay, you're an hourly guy, though, you can go home.
Okay.
You don't get paid. They're going to go to work.
You sure?
How are you going to make your payments?
Okay. Make your payment. They got payments to make, Kimmy. Don't forget about.
You just bought a new truck.
Uh-huh.
And now you got to get the gal, which means you got to get the money.
I don't know how many people, even if they were an hourly worker, would be like, I'm going to work. If you're at 100-degree
Well, 100 degrees,
outside.
like, yes.
But that's what it was last week, and that's what those guys had to work through.
Oh, it felt like? Yeah.
For example, Hachiroku. I'm sorry. I know you told me how to say this.
Hachiroku.
Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, I'm a landscaper for a corporation. We worked straight through the heat wave last week and this week. Though, of course, last week was worse. There was absolutely no changes to our daily jobs in the 100-degree heat index any other normal day. Yes, it really sucks ass. Not
So
just
no
sucks.
more breaks or anything.
Ass.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Nick writes, I work as a chimney mason, so I'm up on the roof cooking like an egg. We don't have a max heat either. Like to all of you guys, none of these guys are like, I like it that way. They want, give them a break, man.
Yeah, but again, would he take that break with no pay?
Okay, 252 WCMF. If you're someone that works hourly, and I understand most guys that are working hourly, except the ones that are sneaking us Instagram messages, can't call the show.
Right. Well, he fall off the chimney.
Would you take the day off if it was mandated? Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Good. So I remember way back in the day when I started, the guy I first started with, he used to have me come down to Florida for a few weeks to work with him. And like the roofers down there, they'll start at like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and quit by like noon because it just gets too hot up on the roof.
Okay.
And then my brother-in-law lives in Texas, and we're down there one time, I think it was like April or May, and I go, Mike, why aren't they working on the roads right now? He goes, no, they either work on them at night, strictly at night, depending on the time of year, or they won't work at all during the summer because it's too hot.
Okay, so other states are making
They
the adjustments.
adjust.
But here's the thing. I mean, New York, we've seen hotter summers.
Yeah, but we only have a short period of time you can put on roofs and do roads.
I love how you do this. Like, it's a short period of time to you in your air conditioning with your long sleeve shirt on. That 100-degree day feels like 3 months when you're outside.
No, but what I'm saying is they can't make those adjustments. Texas has Florida, you can do this all year.
Sure.
You're not doing roads in the middle of winter.
All right, so you heard Tommy. We got a short period of time. Die.
Not all of you.
Go.
Just they built that Hoover Dam. Like half those guys died.
You're making my argument. Pete, would you be okay with a 90-degree temperature, nobody works situation?
I was working in it last week.
And
it sucked because I was setting tile, and it was setting up, the thin set was setting up on me quicker than I could put the tile on there.
So you would want the day off?
I almost had to because it's just otherwise it affects the overall job.
He was this close.
Okay. All right. Well, Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Dan does not agree with Pete.
What was Dan say?
He writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, and I'm going to do it in the tough guy voice because I assume that's how he said it. You ready?
Yeah.
Shiznit needs to get done. Bills keep coming in. Employees need to get paid. And companies need the profit to do so. No matter the temps. Keep working. Do not pay attention to the heat or the disaster going on around you.
You just got to push through, baby.
Jaden, man, we're getting blasted here, much like the heat with the guys outside. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about how a new groundswell of support has come for a maximum work temperature nationwide. This comes after last week. You know, kids in Rochester had school canceled because it became over 88 degrees in the classrooms. That's where they cut it off. OSHA recommends anything over 82, special precautions are taken. I threw out a 90-degree temperature max. You want 95 to cancel work.
All right, so we compromise, 92.5.
Jaden writes, I'm a garbage guy. I sit in the truck all day.
Hot garbage coming through.
No AC. Last week, in-cab temperature was over 120
Man,
degrees.
that's a truck full of ass, too, bro.
Sucks. What, your mom was on the truck?
You say my mother's ass is trash?
Yeah. It smells like that garbage truck. Phew. God.
Yeah, I get it.
There's a rotting fish truck.
Well, you're really sniffing my mom's butt.
Look, man, any port in a store.
Butt sniffing mama.
Butts. One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Brad. Hey, Brad, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Brad, what are you
good, Bradsy?
Bradsy.
How you doing,
So, you guys are soft.
Yeah, thanks. I had no clue when I was putting on my little dandy shoes this morning.
Why are we soft, Brad?
The last job I worked, it was 105 on the floor. You know, you're welding this and that. You're in full gear. If you want to make $40-50 an hour, choose your rate, choose your fate. You got to work.
Okay. What you said the last job you worked, why don't you work that job anymore?
Because I had to leave to take care of my son.
Okay, understood. So, Brad, did you do that your whole life?
I've been, my first job was the military in the Persian Gulf. It's 130, so with Kevlar on, so.
He was welding in the desert.
Welding in the desert, my second favorite Ribs
God
Arkansas
damn,
song.
man.
All right.
That's like double hot.
Look, Brad, I get it. You're super tough, man. You're the toughest guy I've ever talked to.
No. It's just, I mean, in New York, you get the cold and you get the heat. You just work through it. If that's what you want to do for a living, it's what you got to do.
Yeah, tough it out.
Okay. So you wouldn't have taken those days off had they been offered?
No.
Okay. Brad, thanks for
being but the companies, what they do is they give you free Gatorades. They let you take extra breaks. It's not as bad as it sounds. Like the one company I worked for, you were only allowed to work for an hour and you had to take a 15-minute break.
All right, but I mean, you are at the mercy of whatever the policy of the company you work for is. It sounds like you were in a good spot, Brad.
Yeah. But they did give us. I mean, the place wasn't air conditioning, but they had air-conditioned spots where we could go.
Okay.
So after an hour, you got to sit in air conditioning for 10, 15 minutes and get a free Gatorade and stuff like that.
Brad sounds pretty soft to me, Tommy. Drinking Gatorade, sitting in the air conditioned, playing his tiddlywinks with his welder's hat.
Yeah, but what we would do is you bring three sets of clothes to work. You change 3 times because you're soaked through.
And one of them's a sexy thing.
Sounds like Breezy down the hall.
Hey, Brad, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
All right, take care, buddy.
There goes Brad and his Daisy Dukes trying to stay cool.
Let me tell you something, buddy. You know, she's talking about his softy. You know, a little soft show over there.
I love you. You guys are soft. What? Hayden writes us.
Oh, Hayden.
On Instagram,
Is Hayden a little hot?
Duffy on WCMF. Easy
Hot,
way to guess.
Hayden.
He writes, last week, this week, soaked. 0 change to the daily routine. Last Wednesday, out of work from heat exhaustion. Landscaping, baby.
He had heat exhaustion?
Yeah, that's what happens in the heat.
I know. I've experienced it with loved ones.
It is funny.
Or semi-loved ones.
Out of everybody in this room, like you would be the best candidate for one of those jobs. Like you love the heat.
I do.
You say you never sweat.
I don't. You never see me sweat.
And everyone wants you to die. Here's the thing.
What's that?
Yeah, I know here come the tough guys. Fine. You're all tough. You work in super hot weather. The reason why a maximum temperature may be more necessary for workplaces than schools, most people are not going to tell their boss they can't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
You're going to feel pressured.
Yes, you don't want to be seen as a problem. You don't want to get bitch shamed by your coworkers. And that heat gets way more dangerous as you get older. Like a kid deciding to stay home from school because it's too hot, missing one day of school is not going to bury them. However, your boss noticing that you've called in sick the 3 hottest days of the year may be a disaster for your job.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. I am willing to bet.
Yeah.
Like, let's say New York State decided we're going to put this to an anonymous vote. Everyone in New York State has a say. That's how we'll do it. I bet you it passes.
Oh, sure. Because everybody wants to beat the heat. No, I mean, you would take that. It's a day off.
Oh, so it makes them soft? Call them soft boys?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we all have an inner softness to us.
You have a big outer softness to you. Inner, outer, in betweener.
Oh, in between. Are you talking about last night? At your mama's house? I was very stiff. It's hot.
Mary's on CMF. Hey, Mary, how are you?
Sweaty.
Mary, please talk.
Sweat on your mama.
Good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
I love your mama.
Why are you doing the voice?
I don't know. I'm sweating.
I was thinking about manufacturing plants, not just outside jobs.
Sure.
Yeah, I used to work at a couple different ones, and in one of them they had like a paint room where they would paint the parts, and we would literally have to have smelling salts.
Hey, you were passing
Oh
out?
my gosh.
Yeah.
And then go back to work.
Now you're going to work.
They go back to work, yeah. I worked in the air-conditioned office.
But you should be dead.
No, she said she
She
worked in
said
the air-conditioned office.
No,
This
but
is
think about
something
this.
she
It was a
saw,
paint
yeah.
shop where you were, it was
a
hot,
whole yeah.
and you were
The
inhaling
room,
paint.
Yeah, I wasn't.
No, but you were in the
The
area.
guys were.
I love how you're
Yeah,
calling up
and-
laughing. Yeah, these guys are all dead now.
Yeah.
Well, they might because it was a long time ago. And then the second manufacturing, same thing. I worked in a food plant, same thing. You know, it's off. It's it's like being outside, only worse. You're over a tin, got a tin roof over your head too.
Okay, so Mary,
It just holds all the heat in.
Mary, would you vote for a 90-degree maximum work temp?
Damn.
90 degrees?
Are you kidding me? Did you not just? Do you remember when you said smelling salts to keep people from passing out, Mary? Remember that?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I
Just on
would.
a bubble.
Mary, you're a monster, Mary. You were watching them go
I'm
down
not
from
a
your
monster.
air-conditioned office. Look at him go. Down goes Steve.
You can hear the thumps.
It's like the Thriller in Manila. She's typing stuff out on a typewriter. Mary, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
No.
There goes Monster Mary.
No.
No. You know what's weird?
What?
Anytime a mom says no, you're like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. All right, I'll wrap it up with this.
What's that?
Because we talked to, who was the gentleman, Kimmy, who was being tough guy, but then wasn't
Brad.
tough guy? Brad, okay, because he was getting Gatorade and air conditioning. Blake, he brought up he was in the military in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah.
Blake writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. U.S. soldiers don't get a maximum working temperature. They're fighting for our freedom. You can't do construction or work at a factory and get benefits. I despise.
I also want to contradict that because somebody sent us a whole chart
Okay.
on Twitter that says the Army has a system for rest in the heat, mostly for training purposes.
Okay.
So anyone talking crap otherwise hates the troops. they
Okay,
said.
well, Blake.
So they rotate the troops through.
I guess maybe.
Yeah.
But let's go with Blake's
All right.
argument, right? Soldiers don't get a maximum temperature. Obviously, the folks in the military have it hard. You can't compare it to any other job in the world.
Yes.
Should I keep doing my job? Like, could you imagine, like, if we're doing this show and all of a sudden there's bullets flying across our
No,
faces?
no.
Would anybody blame us for going home?
No.
No? Because the military has to do that. Would I be a pansy if I quit my job because they told me here I'm not going to be able to see my wife and kids for 10 straight months? No one would blame me for that.
Yeah,
Yet
sure.
that has to happen in the military, right? Hey, you can work this radio job, but you have to do 8 weeks of basic training to have it. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
It's the military.
It's a different situation.
Man. Blake, I know you typed, I'll get them. I'll show them. Checkmate. U.S., baby. All right, let's take a break. Any bill that ends up on a rival team, Kimmy, can be looked at as a turncoat.
Sure.
There were people that hated Thurman Thomas
Yeah,
for a little while
yeah,
for going to the
yeah.
Dolphins.
Now they are now the enemy.
You got it. There is a guy who was well-known here in Buffalo, beloved at one point, that is now despised even more because of the decision he made. And there is a rumor that another Buffalo Bill may be making a jump to a division rival.
Oh.
But I don't know if this one's going to have the same as the other ones. We'll get to it next here in the break room. On CMF. The only thing we hate more in Buffalo or Western New York, Bills fans, than our division rivals are turncoats, buddy.
Oh, yeah?
Folks who decide I don't need your money. I'm going over this guy. And the history of the Bills are littered with people.
Yeah.
Players that we once loved that left and joined these teams, and we're like, what was wrong with you? But on the verge of this potentially happening again, I can't tell if Bills fans would have the same problem with this guy doing it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, although it is our first day working this week, it is Tuesday, which means in just a little while.
Yeah, buddy.
We got Where They Whining. Get your brains ready. We'll get to that just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Remember Amari Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's currently a free agent.
Oh.
No one has signed him, which is surprising, Kimmy, considering that the Bills gave up a third-round pick for him 9 months ago.
Yeah, he came in and didn't, he didn't come in with a bang, which I think a lot of people were looking for that missing piece, and maybe he didn't live up to what a lot of people thought he was going to, but I did think that maybe they saw him as something that may stick around a little longer.
I mean, I remember a really handsome, smart, bearded guy saying into a microphone that this Amari Cooper deal was a bad idea because he wasn't the player that we thought.
I mean, would you think it was a bad thing?
No,
though?
I mean,
don't
look,
think
the offense
bad.
the offense looked different.
Yeah.
But he definitely wasn't the impact player that some other shorter person in this room thought he was going to be.
He was from Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Only the best stuff comes from Cleveland.
Story in SI this week.
What did they say?
Suggests the Jets are looking into signing former Bills wide receiver Amari Cooper. It's also surprising, Kimmy, the Bills don't even want to give him a look back in the building. Like, I understand if he was too expensive up front.
I thought he would go explore, and then maybe they'd get him back somehow.
But it doesn't even sound like the Bills want him back at any price unless his price is still too high.
No, the Bills aren't chasing anybody anymore. It kind of seems like if a guy wants to go or explore his options, and they'll let him go.
All right. Would you hate Amari Cooper for signing with the Jets?
No. I mean, you gotta take what you can get if you're Amari Cooper, right?
Okay.
At this point.
But I mean, he wasn't here very long either, though. Too, for you fall in love with him.
He wasn't even here full season.
10 games, right? 10 regular season games. So neither of you would be bothered by that.
No. I mean, it sucks. You never want to see them go to a division rival, but if that's all he can get, then I get it.
Really selling Amari Cooper over here.
Not bad.
I mean, he's been available for a while now, and you haven't heard much.
Okay, yeah, he's been available the whole effing time. It's funny, man. Like, Stephon Diggs to the Patriots, even though he had a team in between, makes him a dick in the eyes of Bills fans, right? When Thurman...
You're around long enough to know.
Yeah, like when Thurman was a Dolphin for a season, everybody hated that. Chris Hogan, Antoine Smith going to the Patriots, right? All of these things.
Well, it sucked, too, because they went there and, got a Super Bowl. It was tough to see them succeed in those other places.
But, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I don't feel any emotional attachment to Amari Cooper. And I don't mean that in, like, a mean way.
No.
Just like he was here and now he's
It was
not
quick.
Here. I was in Dick's yesterday. They're still selling Amari Cooper jerseys.
Wow.
Like, I feel
That's
bad.
a thing, even?
What was his number?
18. Look at that. It was 6 months ago.
I know, I can't remember.
I mean, Daniel does bring up a good point here on Instagram.
What's that?
Duffy on WCMF. He was the man that lateraled the ball back to Josh Allen in that 49ers snow game.
Oh, give me the ball.
Yeah, where he threw the pass to himself. Like, that play is going to live on in Bill's history. And
it was a great play.
I also, other than what he did on the field, I don't know much about Amari Cooper.
He's a very quiet guy.
Yeah, he wasn't a guy that came in and made a big splash off the field. He was kind of quiet, reserved, said all the right things.
Okay, so we're not upset with him if he joins the Jets. Kimmy, if Amari Cooper signs with the Jets, are you nervous?
No. I want to say no, but I also don't want to jinx it.
Okay, it's not like Amari Cooper's going to hear this.
No,
I'm going to show Kimmy for the break room.
I'm totally blanking on who the Jets quarterback is.
Justin Fields.
Oh, okay.
They signed him in the offseason. Bears, Steelers, now he's a Jet. Would you be worried about Amari Cooper as signing with the Jets? Like, nervous about him?
The only thing I knew, he was from Cleveland. So I don't know anything about this kid.
Well, that's good that our football expert knows nothing. He's not a kid, by the way. He's like almost my age.
Well, I call him... You're a kid to me. You're a kid. You're young. Got your whole life ahead of you.
Almost 40, man.
Wearing that stupid hat.
It's a Muhammad Ali hat. It's a great hat.
Is that a Muhammad Ali hat?
It says float and sting. It's got a butterfly and a bee on it. Float like a butterfly.
You will buy anything.
I love Muhammad Ali.
I do too.
He draws a line at James Taylor shirts.
I do. Yes, I do. Yeah. Well, like this is like, you see, you're not totally sure. It doesn't say like Ali on the top.
That
of it.
would be cool.
Why?
Because then I know what the hell that hat means.
I would. Okay, you were going to say something else about Amari Cooper before you got mad at Muhammad Ali.
I know nothing about this kid.
Okay.
At all.
Gotcha.
Until you told me about that ball throwing, I didn't realize that was him.
How do you not? that's one of the.
Because it was all Josh Allen.
Yeah, but no, it
When
wasn't.
Josh
He had-
Allen
Josh
said.
Allen is the freeze frame photo.
He also
yeah.
said, "Throw me the ball." In the moment, like the kid wasn't even thinking to do that. Josh told him to do it.
I do kind of.
I could have thrown him the ball. Would I be great?
No, you couldn't have done that.
I could do
It would
this.
fall literally immediately
I
to
could
the
do
ground.
that.
Here it comes, Josh. Oh, no. Also, he was being tackled. Like, your body would have disintegrated the second any of those players touched.
I could have got it over there.
No, I mean, to that point, I forgot, Daniel, thanks for reminding us of that. I do want him back, Amari Cooper, for one more season, only so that play feels like it means more.
Oh.
Because, like, it's funny.
I mean, they destroyed San Francisco that night.
Yeah,
Didn't they, rout them?
Yeah, they did. But, like, that was the highlight of the season. Like, there's one play that, like, stands out. Like, I would argue the year before, Naeem Hines running that kickoff back after DeMar Hamlin gets her. That was 2 years ago, right? Like, there's one play that, like, sticks out in your head for a season. I don't want that play to be like, oh, this guy that was here for, like, 10 weeks, he threw up a ball, and that was it. I don't know. Right. It's, like, weird to look back, like, in the Super Bowl years, and, like, there are players that nobody remembers being on the Bills. Like Jamie Lamb. You know who that guy is?
No.
No, you don't know who that guy is. J.D. Smith. You know who that guy is?
No.
They all played prominent roles in certain games.
But they only had, like, a snapshot.
Exactly. They were here for a little while. They're like the Jake Kumerows of the early 90s.
That's what I say. Whoever the hell that is. Jake Kumerow?
Jake Kumerow. Yeah, Kumerow. He's a receiver / sleep medication.
That's what I'm saying. This sounds like syrup.
He caught a touchdown pass from
Wait,
Josh.
Mrs. Syrup? Who did he catch him
I
from?
totally forgot that guy existed.
Jake Kumerow.
What did he do?
He caught a touchdown pass.
Oh, he's a receiver.
Yes, he's a white guy. Wore number 15, if I'm not mistaken.
Had
he played
the long hair, right?
Yeah, he had like a really close relationship with Aaron Rodgers. That was one of the reasons Rodgers wanted to leave Green Bay is because they let Kumerow get away.
Yep.
He caught a touchdown pass from Josh one time, and that was
fun once.
And that was back too when we were still like, oh man, this no-name going to become somebody. Duke Williams, watch out, guys. You'll be a superstar. Justin Jefferson. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's 9 o'clock.
I'm ready. Buddy.
It's Tuesday. I'm not even
I
listening.
got my lucky shorts on.
To your words. Really? Because they're unlucky for everybody else looking at them. Everybody in the live stream is vomiting right now. By the way, if you want to vomit, the Break Room WCMF.
Anytime, really.
On YouTube and Twitch, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's got her post. You want to try and get in? Do it right now. Where they whining next here in the Break Room. Let's see you, Kimmy, are
Yeah.
we ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do the damn thing.
Webster! Hilton! Erotically! Where they whining?
Does anyone know a teenager by the name of blank? At least that's what he went by when he rang my doorbell. I opened the door because he looked familiar. He looked just like any of the other kids I've seen walking around the neighborhood, maybe 15 or 16 years old. I'm curious because he was going door to door selling his weed pulling services to homes in the neighborhood.
Oh, I thought, okay, when she said what she said, I thought this was going in a
Yeah,
different
yes.
direction.
Weed pulling.
Weed
So
pulling, got it.
weeds.
Pulling weeds, okay.
Said for $50, he'd show up once every few weeks during the spring, summer to pull the weeds growing in my garden. It felt like a good deal to me. Less time I have to spend out there with my bad knees. Heh. Anyway, so I gave him the $50. He spent maybe about an hour cleaning things up and making it look nice. I was happy at the time, but it's been over a month now, and he has yet to show back up for the maintenance he promised. A bunch of the weeds and long grass have already grown back. Did this young man just forget about me? Or have others been scammed by this teenager too? Let's find blank and ask him what this is all about. A handshake is an agreement. Don't make business deals you can't commit to.
Whew, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? You weren't listening to anything.
I got the whole thing.
You heard weed and then you were going. Tommy,
Yeah.
there's some stuff here.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack here, buddy.
What are you hearing?
Well, first of all, where are these kids, walking around, looking around?
Oh, they're looking around, walking around.
Where are they walking?
Scamming, walking.
But here's the thing.
Walking and a scamming.
It was and a scamming and a walking. He did do the job at first.
Sounds
Right,
like
but
it. He did it once at least.
So I may have missed this. It was $50 to pull for the season?
Yeah, but that's after he said weed. So yes, you did miss this. Yeah, she said 50, or he or she said 50 for the season.
Yeah, that seems like really low to pull weeds for a season. So,
But it's
nice
also,
scam.
It's also a teenage kid that may not understand the work that goes into pulling weeds. Also,
True.
right?
But this is definitely not a Upper East Side town.
Oh, it's not an affluent community.
No. And a person is elderly with bad knees.
Okay.
So that kind of pushes you out of the affluent areas, right?
Wait, what? Everybody in the affluent area is elderly with bad knees.
Yeah, but they don't need this.
How do you think they got that money? Yeah.
So they're all knobbing.
Working them knees, son.
Knobbing for dollars.
Well, no, that's what it says on the sign in Pittsburgh when you drive in. Welcome to Pittsburgh, knobbing for dollars.
Yeah, this is West Side.
Okay, so where is it then, smart guy?
And it's weedy and needy and bad knees and scam artists.
He's got nothing. He's got
No,
nothing.
it's Gates. It's a teen scam artist.
That's how I know he's got nothing. Is because he picks Gates when he's got no. Oh, he sounds busted.
Well, but that's a headquarters for busted.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's
So you heard old elderly person with bad knees and immediately thought Gates.
Yeah.
I also
Okay.
headquartors for busted, which is also
Well,
on
just
their
think
side.
of older
It's just
people.
funny, like those were the details. that
Well,
you-
they're probably working people that blew their knees out doing tough jobs back in the day.
No, this is me respecting you. This is me respecting your lifestyle.
And by the way, this is a female.
Oh, you think so?
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Females don't write ha ha ha. That's a dude.
Yeah, that's a chick.
No, dudes write ha ha ha.
Guys will pull their own weeds before they're gonna pay some punk ass kid.
Okay. That's why they're so upset, because they got scammed, son. A woman would not write about the scam. She just let it go.
All right.
All right. Look, I agree with you.
Oh,
on
thank you.
one.
I had Pat's blessing.
Here's where you're wrong, definitely.
Please help me.
Nobody in Gates is paying a kid to do their weeds. I don't care how bad
I think you
are.
age out,
No,
man.
bro, you can age out all you want. You are going out and doing it yourself because that's what people in Gates do. I agree with you that it's not a super affluent area, so we got to come down somewhere in the middle. Someone that is,
Semi-poor.
no, old enough to be trusting and remember when kids did things, right?
That's an older person, man.
That's what I'm saying. It would be someone over 50 years old. For
Okay.
some, and it's got to be a high gardening community.
High gardening community.
Look, man, if there is a place we learned has way more gardening than we thought, and I live right in it, man. They whining in Henrietta.
Oh, you're taking your own house?
I am taking, well, not my house, because
Pretty much you're basing this on your wife's garden.
no, I'm basing it on the multiple public gardens they have, on all the gardens I see when I drive around Henrietta. The fact that there is this older set of dyed-in-the-wool Henriettans that nobody thinks
Henriettans?
about. Henriettans? I don't know what we call ourselves.
Henrietta.
I've not lived there long enough to be bestowed a name. They're whining in Henrietta.
So you're saying it's in the Henny.
No, I'm saying they're whining in Henrietta.
Deep in the Henny.
Not-
Off the Jeff. not the Kuwait.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF. There is one rule and one rule.
Oh, what is that rule?
You get to pick one town.
Yep.
One town. If you are sitting on hold and you hear someone else say the town you were going to pick, you got two choices. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad.
Yeah.
Or pick another town.
Okay.
If we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to say, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Woody. Woody, where they whining, buddy?
Pick another town. Okay. If you pick up the phone.
Woody, turn down your radio. Woody! Woody!
Woody?
Woody, where they whining?
Hello? The Coit.
No, I'm not. No, I will not
That's
write
his
it down.
pick.
I will not write it down
Hey.
until you say the name of the
Is
town.
it the Kuwait?
I will not write it down.
It is the Coit.
I'm not writing it down, Woody.
Absolutely
You
the
have
Coit.
to.
This town will.
You don't, sir. You do not make the rules.
I do.
sir.
I do
The
actually.
commissioner-
I got the pen. If you
You
watch
do
the
not
live
make the
stream,
rules.
I'm holding the
No,
pen
you
right
are
now.
not the commissioner.
You shut up, Woody. We're not
You
making
can't
that.
do-
We're not making that a
It's
thing.
the Coit.
I
Okay.
think it's already a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's out. It's
I
out,
don't think
baby.
you can fight
Here's
it.
the thing. The commissioner hath spoken. You shall not curtail my First Amendment rights, sir. You fascist sitting on your chair.
This is our show, bitch. Privately owned. You shut up. Kimmy, well, for those who are not regular listeners, he's trying to say what town?
I believe this is now the nickname for Arondacoit, according to Tommy, who started this, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
The
Why?
Coit.
Why Woody Arondacoit?
Well, I decided I was going to guess the Coit no matter what was there, just because I wanted to hear you get upset about me saying the Coit.
Oh man, he's playing
Coit,
3D.
Coit, 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 Coit.
He's playing 3D chess, man. Woody's so smart and cool and probably handsome and not a loser. Woody, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
A bird in hand's worth two in the Coit.
There you go. Guy doesn't even know how to work his radio, too. Hear ourselves back. This show
Well,
sucks.
he
Yeah,
got
that thing
all the
cranked
coits
up.
he could possibly get in.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where they whining?
I'm going to go Greece.
Why Greece?
Greece has got a pretty big garden community, and there's a lot of people that walk door to door selling whatever. It could be, weed pulling. It could be, some guy trying to sell you something.
All
Pube
ki-
trimming.
Oh, I would pay for pube trimming. You know how hard it
Depends
is?
who's knocking on the door.
Gentle hands.
Huh?
Gentle hands pube trimming. I would
What
pay
if it's gentle hand Jim, pube trimming service?
Yeah, man, I'm not going to get a boner for him unless he's really good at what he
No,
does.
but he's gonna have to get his gentle hands down around your genital.
I'm fine with that, man. You
All
go
right.
to a proctologist, that would bother you?
No, I never really thought about it.
You go
So
to-
hey, that brings handyman to a whole new meaning.
All right, hey, Marty.
Oh!
Hey, Marty, tell you what, I'm going to let you go. Why don't you try again next week there, buddy, okay?
All right.
Bye, Marty. We got Marty for Greece. All right, here's why Greece is not the answer. West Side towns, I know people are going to want to lean West Side. West Side, they are slammed with landscaping companies and people who are family members who own landscaping companies. So you're probably getting a lower rate than you would if you were just hiring this person outright. I'm telling you, man, Greece, Gates, those communities are not the scratch picks you think they are.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
Despite you trashing the West Side, I'm going to go Brockport.
Why Brockport?
Because there's a newer housing development on the edge of town that's got a lot of old people moving into it, and I think that fits the criteria for where this person's coming from. High school kids are always walking around town, so it's a decently safe, walkable town.
Okay.
So there's no reason why they couldn't walk around and go to door selling without having to worry about, getting mugged.
Cody, why
Mugged.
are you talking like you live in Chicago? A new housing development on the
edge of town.
We're on a mission from Gad.
I don't know. I had a deep dish pizza the other day, and now I'm thinking about Chicago.
Okay. All right. Well, Cody, it's working for. I would stick with the accent because it makes you sound like way less of a huge dork like you normally do when you call.
Really? That's impressive.
Man, dynamite comebacks today and where they want it. Cody, we got you for Brockport. Thanks for the call. Yeah, well, your mom. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go to Webster.
Why Webster?
Because it's the kind of place where James Taylor would go to run a house to finally write a song after 30 years while he's watching people pull weeds.
Is there something happened to the water supply over the weekend or something? Like just a general suck has fallen over our listeners? Barbara, we got you for Webster. Thanks for the call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to take one more call.
All right.
And this call is going to eliminate all other calls before.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be a good call. It's going to be a good call.
A call wiper.
It's going to wipe out all of the bad jokes and comebacks we've heard. And that responsibility, 252 WCMF, falls upon Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
You have way too much faith in me, Duffy. We're going to go with Fairport.
Why Fairport?
I don't know. I'm getting more East Side vibes from this and just kind of going on a whim. So that's pretty much it.
Oh,
and we haven't had a Fairport pick in a while.
East Side teenage weed puller.
I don't see Fairport being that kind of town.
Why is that?
Like kids looking for work.
Oh, you think all kids are spoiled in Fairport?
I think they're either at lacrosse camp or they're mathletes.
Wait, why would a kid be more likely to be a mathlete in Fairport than Gates?
Because they're good at math.
Okay, there are lots of kids good at math in Gates.
Oh, there ain't. Well,
Duffy's not good at math, and he's from Gates.
Okay, Caleb.
Yeah, what do you got? Your Gazinta chart?
How's that go?
One goes into two once.
You couldn't even do the joke, are you idiot? No, you suck. Caleb, thanks for the call. Everybody sucks. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Can we unplug the show and plug it back in? Kimmy, before you answer that call, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us,
Yes,
please?
you can.
Thank you.
Does anyone know a teenager by the name of blank? At least that's what he went by when he rang my doorbell. I opened the door because he looked familiar. He looked just like any of the other kids I've seen walking around the neighborhood, maybe 15 or 16 years old. I'm curious because he was going door to door selling his weed pulling services to homes in the neighborhood. Said for $50, he'd show up once every few weeks during the spring, summer to pull the weeds growing in my garden. It felt like a good deal to me, less time I have to spend out there with my bad knees. Heh. Anyway.
That is a dude. That is a dude.
Anyway, so I gave him the $50. He spent maybe about an hour cleaning things up and making it look nice. I was happy at the time, but it's been over a month now, and he has yet to show back up for the maintenance he promised. A bunch of weeds and long grass have already grown back. Did this young man just forget about me, or have others been scammed by this same teenager too? Let's find blank and ask him what this is all about. A handshake is an agreement. Don't make business deals you can't commit to.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is in Gates. I am in Henrietta. Woody is in Irondequoit.
Mm-hmm.
Marty is in Greece. Cody is out in Brockport. Because I got a new housing project out there. You want a hot dog with a pickle on it?
Mm-hmm.
Barber is in Webster. Caleb is in Fairport. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. By the way, speaking of, you keep trying to make Irondequoit.
A thing.
Yeah.
The Quate.
Okay. The Flower City Warriors, they are a hockey team that is comprised of military veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They wrote us on Twitter.
Yeah.
We'll be at the Irondequoit 4th of July parade this Friday, and under no circumstances will we be referring to it as the Coit. So if you do that, you're going against veterans, which means you
In
hate
the military.
You hate America. Why do you hate veterans?
And the Marines would have a word with you.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Brad. Brad, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm on board with Woody. I'm going East Coit.
Oh, the commissioner has spoken. It is one Irondequoit,
Yeah,
Brad.
we had a vote earlier in the season.
You can't split Quates.
Just split the Coit, and everybody
Stop. You don't
and
do-
everybody voted to keep the Coit as one, Brad.
I know people out here think it's two.
All right, well, they're not the commissioner.
They better
Brad.
vote next time.
All right, Brad, you've been disqualified. We're no longer talking to you. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We've got nothing but crappy calls, and let's continue that. Christine's on CMF. Christine, where are they whining?
The worst.
Look, Tommy, those knees are beautiful. I'm trying to pay you a compliment. So you have very nice knees today.
Like she's trying to divide and conquer. She's trying to divide and conquer.
Hey, unlike you, Patrick, with the Frankenstein bolt shoulder blades working, okay, stop.
Why is
You're
everyone
gonna
talking like
go-
they're from Chicago today? Hey, you got the Frankenstein bolt shoulder blades.
I'm thinking this is Tommy in a nutshell. So this is Pittsford. And I think you guys are going way too thinking Pittsford is not even a possibility to have that wild gardens where nobody wants to pick it, let it be free, and the guy's cheap. That's Tommy. So this is Pittsford.
Okay. I mean, Christine, you've listened to the show for how long? He would never in a million years let anyone else touch his landscaping.
For $50, Tommy, Tommy's got the bad knees,
I heard they were
Tommy
sexy
would.
just at the break room a second ago.
Well, you can have sexy and bad, dirty and good. That goes together. But, yeah, this is Tommy complaining.
Are you rubbing one out to Tommy's knees on the live stream?
He's got better knees than you do. What can I say? Hate to tell you, but got to work on them shoulders, Pat. Got to work on them shoulders.
Thank you,
Getting
Christine.
a little work it.
We'll work it. I hate everybody.
Yeah, I think we bottomed out.
I hate everybody. No, you think we bottomed out?
No, we bottomed out.
You think we bottomed out?
It can't get any worse than that call.
Oh, yeah? We'll find out. 252 WCMF. We'll give David a swing. David, where are they whining, buddy?
Someone took my guess earlier, but I'm thinking Spenceport.
Well, what was the one you had earlier?
Greece.
I'm sorry, what? You got disqualified, David. You're so stupid. David, you are so dumb. How do you
Come on, David.
Why are you so dumb, David?
At least I didn't say the Coit.
You just did that, too. David, you're so
I
dumb.
did after I lost.
You doubled up, David. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. All right. This might go down in history as the worst where they whining we've ever had.
Yeah.
All right. And to fix that,
all right, what are we going to do?
252 WCMF, we're going to trust Mark. He's on CMF. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
All right. Well, I'm going to try and fix it. I'm going to go with Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Well, mostly because I think there's a lot of neighborhoods over there. Maybe some parents are sending their kids out to do some summer work, and the kids got their money and then said, screw the rest of it.
Okay. I mean, I do think there's like a central thing. I don't think it's an east side, west side thing. I think it's a right down the middle thing. So Brighton fits that description.
Okay.
Because Brighton is, as we
older community.
Well, as much as we consider it an east side town, it's more right down the middle town. It's right down the mid.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, I don't hate it. Your call wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst, and you should take pride in that.
I do.
All right, great. Mark, thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. You know who always cheers everybody.
Who's that?
Jeremy. Jeremy, where are they whining, buddy?
The Prince of Darkness?
I'm rubbing one out to Tommy's knees. That's the next shirt in the rock shop. That is the weirdest sentence that's ever been spoken. Listen, I'm going Penfield here.
Ooh, why Penfield?
All right, so sweep everything else aside. There's one little blurb in here where they said a handshake is worth something, and if you're going to commit to a business deal, you commit to it. That's East Side all the way. So that's my pick for Penfield. I want to say I went to the baseball game on Saturday. Your dad was not there. Nothing is the same in the world anymore.
Hey, man, sands through an hourglass, time, etc.
I miss walking by that man going, look how many people he's disappointed in his life. His family, the cops, the security detail.
The man who sold him that blazer. There goes Jeremy. All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. A man whose birthday was over the weekend.
Oh.
Was also at the baseball game on Saturday.
Who's that?
A man who will be picking from inside his own hole.
So he's in his own hole.
You know, doctors say you should never pick your own hole, but we'll make an exception for Ben. From the Ben hole. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
Oh, hey, what's up there, bud?
Hey, what do you got?
I go with the Chicago thing. I'm going to go with Canandaigua there, bud.
Why Canandaigua?
Because I'm going to stop now. But, yeah, it's just...
By the way, there's no difference.
It's not everything is what it is. Because I could totally see some kid, because there's a trailer park over there in Canandaigua. I could see one of the trailer park kids wants to get something and going around and doing this. And as soon as he gets, like, the X amount of money he needs, I'm out.
Okay. All right, Ben, how was your birthday at the game? I saw you and Skyler were hanging out.
Me and Skyler were the only ones there, and we had a blast.
Okay, don't. Why, Ben? Why would you do that,
Hey,
Ben?
we had a good time.
I took the kids with me. They got their lightsabers. We watched the fireworks, which they were pretty good. We were, by the time I got home, we were ready for the weekend to be over. It was a long weekend.
All right, well, Ben, happy birthday, buddy. Glad you had a good time.
All right, have a good one, guys.
There goes Ben. That's a grown man who's like, don't be showing to my birthday party. All right.
Yeah.
I think everybody on hold. We can't risk any more terrible calls, so we're going to call it there. All right. So Tommy is in Gates. I am in Henrietta. Woody is in Irondequoit. Marty is out in Greece. Cody is in Brockport. He started the Chicago thing. Barber is in Webster with a bad James Taylor reference. Caleb is on the east side in Fairport. Brad disqualified himself by picking East Irondequoit. Christine ruined everybody's day. is getting down on Tommy's knees. You know she's fantasizing about just grinding on that bony thing.
I would take it. I'd take it as a compliment.
What, you would take Christine grinding
that-
her
No, the fact that
genitals?
she's pleasuring herself to some part of my body, I take as a compliment.
Okay, well, she's doing that while picking Pittsford.
My buffed knees.
David called up with Spencerport, said it wasn't the town he wanted. We asked him. He said Greece. He disqualified himself because David is so dumb. Mark is in Brighton. Jeremy is in Penfield. And Ben, happy birthday boy, is out in Canandaigua. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's just shut this down, Kimmy. Let's do this damn thing.
You're going to stand up for this?
I feel good. It went so bad, something good has to happen.
Whining.
I mean, for a while, I didn't think anybody was going to get
Oh,
it based
it ain't
on
the
the way
Henny.
the calls were going. But one man came through with the right answer.
No.
And this man has been on a high lately.
No!
If it's the same guy.
Everybody hate. No, okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Because they whining in Brighton.
Damn, Mark, congratulations. You weren't the worst call, but you weren't the best.
Okay.
And you won where they
I
won.
think he won 2 weeks ago, if it's the same Mark.
Okay.
So back in the hole,
Yeah,
buddy.
So he's back in the Ben hole.
And he loves sticking in Ben's hole, huh? By the way, that's 2 weeks in a row. I was literally the town next door.
Touching towns.
Damn. Can we get a half a point for a town touching?
Oh, no, because you didn't
No.
give it to me every time I asked.
Yo, but you think everything touches everything, which for you it does.
Write it down. We'll propose it next season's rule changes.
A half star for
You
a
have
town.
to start doing half point.
No,
BS.
you get half a sack in the NFL.
Man, that's stupid.
That's not, you're stupid. And you're ugly.
Stupid.
And you're from Chicago. All right, let's take a break. 2 men in Greece. Kimmy believes, I think, that these men are too old for this crime to be random, if the allegations are true. And you think this may be a little more...
Revenge, potentially?
Oh. Next in the break room on CMF. Kimmy smells fish. Okay, that sounded bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what a way to open
No,
that
I
one.
meant it
Thank
was
you.
fishy. I bet. There was something about this
You want to
story.
elaborate a little?
There is something about this story not adding up to Kimmy.
Oh,
Well, look,
gotcha.
When we talk about crime stories, we have an age that we have in our heads for each crime. And to her, this does not add up. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Over the weekend, we found about 2 men that were arrested after an incident in Greece.
What happened?
They say the 2 men broke into a garage, a detached garage, and removed items left in the house and in a car, according to a story on 10 NBC. Now, the men were caught. Police were able to recover the stolen property through an investigation. They arrested the 2 men, but it's the age, Kimmy, of the story that has you scratching your head.
Yeah, two guys in their 50s.
50s?
Raiding a garage
One-
together.
One man 58, one man 53. And like any other garage story we'd see, you'd think this is just a bunch of folks looking for whatever they can find.
Yeah.
But Kimmy, you think different.
I don't know, because just the fact that it's one garage that was targeted by these 2 guys together, I can't help but think they may know the person who owns that garage.
Okay, so when you say, if the allegations are true, that they know this person.
Which would make me think it could be like a vengeful kind of situation.
You think it might be revenge situation?
Yeah.
Like they have something in their garage.
Like
that-
maybe there's some tension between the 2 parties.
Okay.
But they took something.
It says here, I'll read you the quote from the story on 10 NBC. According to police, the 58 and 53-year-old men removed items from a detached garage and left the house in a car. Left the house in a car, did not take anything from the house. So they drove to the house.
Right? They knew right where they were going.
Right where they're going.
Yeah.
Are you going over there? No, I'm going over there. You want a hot dog with a pickle on it?
Ooh, that'd be nice.
They had to know there was some stuff in that garage.
So these guys, I'm thinking different.
What do
You're
you think?
thinking different.
What do you think?
They did work at this place, and they noticed something when they were there.
In their 50s?
Yeah, those are guys that do work around people's houses.
Here we go again. It's goddamn Gen Z. No,
These
they
are
don't
2
do work.
handymen that did a job. They saw something and they grabbed it.
In the
So they
garage.
went back for
Yeah.
it.
If the allegations are true, of
Yeah,
course.
because I mean, how else would they know it's right there?
Well, I think Kimmy's
And
theory.
it's 2 dudes.
Kimmy, I think your theory, if I'm wrong here, tell me, is that this may be a situation where they gave something, lent something that they never got back, and they went back and
Oh,
got it.
it could be that too, yeah.
Because that's where my head went when you thought
Okay.
about revenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, here's the thing.
And they may not see it like, well, I'm going to take back my stuff.
Because, like, I mean, everybody has lent something to someone that won't give it back.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you get that weird guy that'll be like, no, this was mine the whole time. Right? I'm keeping this.
But
This
you're
is
going to
mine.
risk getting arrested to get your stuff
Well,
back?
it's funny too in the mugshots. Both their mouths are open, so it makes me feel like they were trying to explain themselves.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. Well, we talked about the Don Trout, whose name I will never forget, the town supervisor at Waterloo.
Yeah.
He was arrested back in 2024. He just pleaded not guilty to a charge of going into the town highway barn and breaking a television that
He just
asked.
dismantled it.
Yes,
Yeah.
he asked one of his employees to remove, right? And we theorized this morning, well, of course I can do this. I am the boss. I told him to do it. I'm not breaking any law. If these guys or one of these guys had lent something, well, of course it's mine. I can go in and get it. I'm taking it back.
All right.
No?
I'm just thinking low-end handyman.
I don't know. I wish I knew, because it doesn't say in the story either way, if either of them have priors. Because if they didn't, I would definitely think it's something like that.
I mean, it
like
would
they
make-
went to go take it back.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. You don't
It's
start,
not theft. It's my items. I own those things.
No, to Kimmy's point, you don't start breaking into garages at 58 and 53. And you don't bring a buddy of that same age in
No,
on
but
your...
you may bring a coworker because you're just a couple of guys that do,
Okay.
knock around, handyman stuff.
Sure, okay, look, it's not a bad theory.
There's a ton of those guys out there.
Gen Z won't do it. It takes a real man to go in and steal things out of a garage, allegedly. Chase writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Chase theorizes.
Yeah.
They must have seen a sweet pair of Portofino shorts hanging in there.
Oh, mine haven't come in yet,
You're a sad man. You're a sad, sad man.
but they remembered it.
Now, look, we shouldn't judge anything based on mugshots. I'm looking at the mugshots.
Yeah, but age and mug do help.
Age and mug do help.
It does, man.
I mean, look, nobody looks good in a mugshot either.
No.
Well, yeah,
right?
you're having a bad
Never
day.
flattering.
Like, I mean, Kimmy,
The ones where they are flattering stand out.
they become national
Yes.
news stories,
Yeah, usually
right?
those are politicians.
Well, okay. And by the way, it says they were able to recover the stolen property through investigations.
Ooh.
So unless the investigation was we have camera of their car moving somewhere, maybe this person did have some kind of interaction with them at some point, connection. They knew them personally. I mean, who the hell knows if the allegations are true, of course. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm with you. The idea that you would go into a garage as a grown-ass man to get something back that you lent seems insane. But then again, you have guys that are willing to die in the hill of principle. And we have also said that no matter who is in the wrong over a certain age, if somebody calls the cops, that person who has done the illegal thing will wait to explain themselves to the police, thinking the police will be like, oh, yes, obviously, of course.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, if 50, how was it?
58, 53.
Yeah, that's it. 58 is when you're, as a guy, you start going downhill with your opinions, your back, things you, I mean, everything starts to slide.
Okay.
You start getting more and more frustrated about life.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, well.
It all comes to a boil.
What sucks is we're never going to find out any more details like this is a
Damn
one
it.
and done story. So, I mean, just make up your own ending if the allegations are true, I guess.
Okay.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
The old Tuesday Rapperoo.
For a Tuesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow a Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think it's a little bit pre-holiday hate.
Yep, hate mail of the week, although it has nothing to do with the holiday.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, we stumbled upon a pretty surprising fact about New York State.
What's that?
You are allowed to take roadkill off the road.
Oh, yeah, help yourself.
And bring it home. Now, there are a couple of things you have to do first, and we'll get into that tomorrow.
You'll
We'll
lower
recap it.
your dignity.
You started crushing people.
But you're eating filth.
Okay. And by the way, it's not just to eat. There's other reasons you would take the roadkill.
there is no reason to take roadkill.
We talked about it 2 weeks ago.
Right.
There is a man who does this, or has done this. And he is very upset with how you portrayed people who do it, because he says in his letter he is not trash.
You have a mouthful of bug-infested meat. You trash.
So that makes your mom trash?
According to you, yes.
Yeah. Got to get rid of those bugs, though. He is furious.
Yeah.
And he makes a passionate plea about how what he is doing is no different and how there should be more things knocked down out of his way so he can eat and hunt whatever the hell he wants.
All
We'll
right.
get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's watching all you 50-something-year-old men around garages.
Keeping my eye on you.
For Tommy
Especially
Muley.
in your white vans.
For Tommy Muley, who's aged out of the garage stealing game.
Yeah.
My name's Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.